Good afternoon. All audio meeting texts are good from webinar and now going into the back.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
To the evening session of Tampa City Council held on this date of August 18th, 2020. Mr. Massey.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, roll call, please.
Carlson. Vieira.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Hurtak. Here. Goods. Miranda.
Here.
And Citro.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. I've just been informed that Councilman Goods will be arriving late to this evening council due to a scheduling conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, I was down in Florida League of Cities. I'm sorry, Mr. Massey. Now we can proceed with you.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is the evening meeting of Tampa City Council held this evening, August 18th, 2022 at 5 o'clock p.m. in City Council chambers in 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Old City Hall, City of Tampa, Florida. The public and citizens of the City of Tampa will be able to watch, listen, or view this meeting on cable TV, Spectrum Channel 640, or Frontier Channel 15, and also through the internet by way of www.tampa.gov/livestream. Members of the public may also participate in Tampa City Council meetings by either attending in person in the chambers here tonight or virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as Communication Media Technology, or CMT. However, to participate using CMT, pre-registration is necessary. With the clerk's office, instructions on how to participate via CMT are included in both the notice of the meeting and on this agenda. In order to participate in quasi-judicial hearings via CMT, you must have access to communication media device such as a tablet or a computer equipped with a camera and a microphone that will enable you to be both seen and heard by City Council and all other participants. For these two specific two-way video virtual formats, cell phones, smartphones are not compatible and will not allow you to share your camera when connected. Those are the directions. Generally, comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Since we have a large crowd tonight, if folks could keep the talk down and keep your cell phones off, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Massey. Do we need a motion to adopt?
Do you need it to allow the participation?
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilwoman Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. Is there any opposed? Thank you. Before we go into the reviewing of the agenda, I was down in the Florida League of Cities this week, where I was witness to some of the great works that the Mayor's Youth Corps was doing and how they represented the city of Tampa. And I was so proud of their actions that I'm going to ask them to please come forward, introduce yourselves, tell us what school you go to and what grade. But first, Miss Molly, would you please introduce yourself and tell us your role in the Mayor's Youth Corps?
Thank you, Chairman Citro. Thank you, Councilmen, Councilwomen. It's nice to be back. I am the Youth Development Coordinator for the City of Tampa, and I have the pleasure of also included in that being the coordinator of the Mayor's Youth Corps and the Mayor's Youth Leadership Council.
Can you just tell us briefly what these young students do?
Absolutely. These are students from City of Tampa schools, or they live in the City of Tampa. They are in high school. They are heavily involved in community service, giving back to the community. They're involved in civic engagement, meeting with you, meeting with the mayor, meeting with the chief of police, and then they also attend monthly leadership workshops. So it's a great program, and we are recruiting, actually. Applications go live just after Labor Day on the Mayor's Youth Corps website.
Excellent. If
Thank
you would like to, again, approach the podium, give us your name, what high school you attend, and what grade you're in.
Hi, my name is Sophia Palma, and I am a 12th grader at Tampa Prep.
Hello, my name is Adam Casti, and I'm a senior at Berkeley Prep.
Adam, stay right there for 1 second. Adam shadowed me the other day when I was doing work. I went to several different meetings. He accompanied me, and he asked some really, really important questions, and I thank you for being there with me. Thank you for shadowing me.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity, sir.
Yeah. My name is Emily Lartz, and I'm a 12th grader at Tampa Prep.
My name is Alyssa Williams, and I'm a senior at Tampa Prep.
Good evening, my name is Debanshi Golamudi, and I'm a 10th grader at Strawberry Crest High School.
My name is Eliana Shulman, and I'm an 11th grader at Hillsborough High School.
My name is Anaya Froze, and I'm a 10th grader at Tampa Prep.
My name is Sophia Betel, and I'm a junior at Plant High School.
Hello, my name is Addison Shea, and I am a junior at Brooks DeBartolo Collegiate High School.
Hello, my name is Kozat Kim, and I'm also a junior at Brooks DeBartolo Collegiate High School.
Hi, my name is Sophia Carvalho. I'm a junior at Plant High School.
Hi. I'm Olivia Scapano, and I'm a junior at Academy of the Holy Names.
Hi, I'm Sharish Bharati. I'm a junior at Brooks Barlow.
Hi, I am Danny Sledge, and I am a junior at Plant High School.
Hi, I'm Brian O'Leary. I'm a senior at Jesuit High School.
Hi, I'm Nobir Singh, and I'm a sophomore at Hillsborough High School.
Hello, I'm Frank Kenny, and I'm a sophomore in Plant High School.
Hello, my name is Ethan Sedita, and I'm a junior at Florida Virtual School and Plant High School.
Good evening, Council. My name is Hart McKinnon. I'm a senior at Plant High School.
Mr. President, when I was down at Florida League of Cities, I gave you a homework assignment.
Yes, sir.
And that assignment was for your group to give me your top 3 requests from this year's budget.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Let me hear them.
All right. So the biggest thing for us, and kind of something you already went into, was more budget to go to conferences like FLC. I was personally in attendance, and I had a great time, and it was great to network with other organizations across the state. And the ability to bring more people to that would be just a tremendous value to the next generation and to the Youth Corps as well. Another thing that the Youth Corps has learned a lot about and that we really support is the Vision Zero program for the city. That's something that we've kind of followed since it kind of started, and kind of even had presentations about it, and something that we are really proud of and want to see more funding go to. And the last thing would be more environmentally focused initiatives. Recently with the launch of the trash picker-upper in the Hillsborough River, that was a big step. But so those are the 3 solid things. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving us the opportunity to present our ideas.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is one more of the Mayor's Youth Corps here that I would like to personally thank.
Thank you, Council Chair Citro. And my name is Maria Carrascal, and I am a junior.
And Maria here has been an intern with my office, and she has helped out not only me, but my legislative aide, Tim, immensely. And I thank you for the great work you have done for my office. And good luck to you. She is leaving us to go, of all places, Washington, D.C. I would prefer if you stayed here, but again, good luck into all your travels. And to the Mayor's Youth Corps again, I thank you very much for what you did down in Florida League of Cities. And I'm going to take your recommendations to Mr. O'Hara and the Chief of Staff and see if we can't get some more money in on that. Thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these young children a round of applause. The statement that the youth are our future, no, the youth are our now. And as you can see by their activities wanting to get involved in local politics, our youth is now. So, yes.
Mr. Chair, I've been advised that we are having some issues with the communication media technology aspect of our meeting, and so we'll have to adjourn briefly and try to get that fixed, because we do have a number of folks that are participating in the various hearings tonight via that vehicle. We have several registered, so if we could adjourn just for a few minutes and try to get that all.
How many minutes are you saying? 5 minutes?
Let's say 10 minutes at least initially.
Okay, we're adjourned for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Should be. Okay, we are back in order. Roll call vote. Roll call, please.
Carlson. Vieira. Maniscalco. Hurtak. Goods. Miranda.
Here.
And Citro.
I am here.
We
Ms.
have a
Johnson
physical quorum.
Velez, thank you. Would you like to go over the agenda with us? Or who's going over the agenda with us? Mr. Hussein, please.
Thank you, City Council. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. We have a number of housekeeping items. First, I'd like to talk about the missed notices to clear the record and remove from the agenda. Starting off with number 7 on the agenda, file number AB 222-09 cannot be heard due to missed notice.
Move to remove item number 7.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Also, due to a missed notice, it needs to be removed from the agenda. Agenda item number 9, case REZ 22-29.
Move to remove item number 9.
Before I go into the motion, are these all first-time missed notices?
Correct, first time missed notices.
Okay, simply because if there are 2 missed notices, that ends it, and they have to reapply. We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Agenda item number 10, case REZ 22-31 cannot be heard due to a missed notice.
Move to remove item number 10.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 14, case REZ 22-65 cannot be heard due to missed notice.
Remove item number,
14.
Yeah,
I'll come back to 12.
14.
14.
Okay, we're gonna do 14 first,
All right,
then we're gonna go back to 12.
remove item number 14.
Second. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Now we're going back to 12?
Yes.
Thank you.
And last missed notice, case number 12, case REZ 22-51 cannot be heard due to missed notice.
Move to remove item number
Second.
12.
A motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Is there any opposed? Any opposed? You got any more?
We do have one continuance request. Agenda item number 11, case REZ 22-33. This for the location at 3812 Pinewood Street.
For
Move
October 6th.
Yep. Second.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I believe we have added October 6th should be on the agenda.
Okay. Anything else that we need to clear off the agenda?
No, sir.
All right. Yes.
Yes, sir. I'd like to make a motion to continue item number 1 to the first available workshop. I didn't realize when I voted on this that it was a resolution, not an ordinance. And I think that there's a lot of confusion in the public. I've gotten emails from constituents who believe that a resolution would actually change city law and protect them in some way. And there hasn't been enough time for the public to actually understand what this is. There's a lot of misinformation being circulated And so I would suggest that we continue it to a workshop so that we can have a robust conversation about it and not only hear about ordinances, but also, not only resolutions, but also ordinances.
I have no problem having a workshop about this at another time. I think that this is just, it's just a resolution. It's just kind of to get, to allow citizens to feel heard, and that this is something that's not going to be an issue in this city. I understand. I also got some emails that believe this changes law somehow, and it doesn't. We aren't changing any laws tonight.
And just to put it in context, I also have proposed resolutions before. One that I proposed a couple years ago, which you all voted on, was to try to get the state legislature to vote to support the ERA amendment. And it had no impact whatsoever. And these resolutions, if we don't handle them correctly, they raise expectations of the public. I've had people emailing me saying that if I end up with a pregnancy that is not working, that my life might be in danger, but this will help me. And I feel that an obligation to the public to not approve anything that will mislead the public, and I think a workshop and more time on this would be better. Also, there's some members of the public that are pushing very hard for a particular resolution that was passed in Austin, and that resolution, and it worries me that language is different than what the legal department wants us to approve, and that some members of the public are pushing so hard for the Austin version. It makes me think that there must be some national campaign where somebody's checking the box, and we're going to be part of checking the box, and it's going to hurt the people of Tampa who need protection. I think we all agree that we need some kind of protection, but an ordinance is the only way to do it, not a resolution. And so I think on an important issue like this, we should not make people think that we're protecting them when we cannot in a resolution. We're not prepared even now to look at ordinances, and it would be better to have the hard work is to create an ordinance. When I passed the resolution in favor of the ERA, what I wish I'd done is rallied a bunch of people to go to Tallahassee to lobby the legislature, because that would have made a difference. But it was symbolic. It made us all feel good. And it was great to support the women of our community, but in the end it did nothing. And I don't want to pass something again that's not going to accomplish what we all want to accomplish. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Goose, you are recognized.
Can we have legal come up to the podium?
Council, good evening. Megan Newcomb, Assistant City Attorney.
Ms. Newcomb, explain the resolution that you have written for this council as it relates to the Austin resolution, whether that is an ordinance in Austin, is that a resolution? So the council can have more clarity, the public can have more clarity, and can this council enact any type of ordinance with Councilwoman Hurtak's resolution?
The Grace Act in Austin that was passed was a resolution. It was explicitly stated that it was a policy statement. The Austin city is set up a little bit differently from the city of Tampa, but it was clearly a resolution. It's not an ordinance. What the request was from council was for legal to evaluate the Grace Act and propose a resolution that was similar in scope and principle, but that also complied with the city of Tampa charter as well as state and federal law. So what I did was look at the Grace Act and essentially go through each section of it and evaluate whether that was something that would be acceptable as a resolution to present before council. I met with Councilwoman Hurtak several times, and we went back and forth in discussing the particular language. And so what I presented to council on August 4th, and I filed a memo on August 1st with the proposed resolution. I then brought an updated proposed resolution to council on August 4th that added some additional language as requested by Councilwoman Hurtak. That's the resolution that I haven't changed anything. So that's the resolution that legal feels is appropriate under state and local law for this council to evaluate and determine if you'd like to pass it. I have not proposed an ordinance. I frankly haven't researched whether an ordinance would be allowable or advisable on this particular subject. So what is before you would be a proposed resolution. And I do believe that there may be an alternative proposed resolution as well, but I have presented the same one that I did on August 4th to council for your review, and that one takes from the Grace Act what, in my legal opinion, is relevant and appropriate for Florida in the city of Tampa, and also adds a couple additional things that I think are also okay at Councilwoman Hurtak's request.
Thank you.
Going back to Councilman Carlson, we have a motion on the floor.
I just want clarity on the resolution. We have two resolutions. The one that's got the approved form with your name on it is the one the city did, I assume.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So,
Councilwoman Hurtak,
well,
you're recognized.
what I was planning on doing was, that's why you have the highlighted different versions in front of you, is I was actually going to put those on the Elmo and explain to you the differences between the resolution that the city attorney's office proposed and then the resolution that I would prefer to have. If everyone wants to hear that tonight, or I suppose it's pleasure of
Then
council.
going back to Councilman Carlson's motion, is there a second?
Second.
If I may, may I, sir?
Surely, you're recognized,
And,
Councilman Vieira.
you know, what I would, I would, a lot of conflicting issues here. First, just as a foundational issue, and I've explained this to people who have contacted me on this. I believe that we can pass a resolution here that upholds the right to privacy and that upholds ideas that I think all council members believe in, with the consent of our legal department that we pay for these issues. I've done resolutions. You could call me the king of resolutions. I say that jokingly, but I've done resolutions, and I get direction from legal department on resolutions, and I always assent to it, because, so long as it doesn't change the major substance that's there, especially if there's an issue. I mean, my understanding is, for example, on the issue of by operation of Florida law, it's kind of an acknowledgement of something that is by operation of Florida law. It's like acknowledging gravity. As I understand it, for example. So, I mean, this motion, I'd like to, I want to respect Councilwoman Hurtak and where she wants to go, but I do hope that we can, you know, get a 7-0 vote on something that I think we all believe in, and that legal can approve, et cetera. That's, I think, the path to go, respectfully. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak, you're recognized.
I mean, to me, the resolution is just the beginning. I would love to do an ordinance as well, but this was just the first stage, and just like Councilman Vieira said, a resolution. And I did not expect to get as much pushback on this, but to me, an ordinance is the next step.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Carlson, you're recognized.
And I forgot to say thank you to Councilmember Hurtak for all your work on this. And unfortunately, we're not able to talk outside these meetings. Otherwise, I would have called you and had this conversation with you in advance. And I'm not even allowed to tell anybody to talk to you, so I haven't been able to do that. And so if you feel blindsided, I apologize. But and who knows how this vote will go? But the issue is I feel like we have an obligation to the members of the public. When I'm getting, I got emails today from gynecologists and you know, not activists, but people who have also either gynecologists or people who work in the healthcare industry, and they really believe that this is going to protect them. And they think that if we pass this is going to protect them. And I think we have an obligation to communicate this better. If we pass this tonight, either version, then we rely on the communication department to go out and explain to people and set expectations that it's not actually going to protect them. And we know that most of the things we pass aren't well communicated, and it will send mixed signals to the public. And so why not, obviously there'll be media coverage of this today, but why not, of course we'll hear from the public as well, but why not have a discussion, a more robust discussion at a workshop where we can talk about ordinances that will actually help protect people and change people's lives. I would much rather do that. And in terms of a resolution, you know, I'm somebody who believes in simplicity. Instead of copying Austin, let's have a simple resolution that says we're against laws that may harm people's lives or take away people's right to privacy. You know, something simple that helps us accomplish what we want in Tampa instead of copying somebody else's agenda in Austin.
Councilwoman Hurtak, you're recognized.
And I don't disagree that we could do a resolution like that. All I'm saying, the conversations I'm having and hearing from providers of women's health is that this is already happening. They aren't allowed to help a woman whose water has broken after 15 weeks. They basically just send her home and hope that she doesn't get sepsis. So this is already an issue here. I've heard the stories. I don't even like remembering that I've heard the stories because they upset me. But I think we owe it to the community to do something about this, and unfortunately, a workshop would be months away.
We still have a motion on the floor made by Councilman. Pardon me? Again, there's a motion on the floor, and that motion needs to be voted on.
But they would need a date.
October 27th, is that in your motion, Councilman Carlson?
Yes, can I just say one more thing? Sorry.
Yes, you're recognized, Councilman Carlson.
Thank you. What Councilmember Hurtak just said, I agree with that. I agree that we need to protect people. The problem now is that if that I had gynecologists email to me today thinking that this will protect them. So if that gynecologist then, based on thinking that we protected them, breaks the law, thinking that we protected them, they might go to jail because they believe something that's not true. And I don't want to create that situation for some. I don't want to make it worse. I'd rather pass something that actually is going to protect people.
Councilman Goods, you're recognized.
This stuff's simple. You know, I've been out a police officer a long time in business, and I've seen all kinds of situations, Councilman Hurtak. It's a very, very touchy situation. When you're dealing with a life. I don't have an issue symbolically saying a resolution. We make plenty of resolutions. But unfortunately, we may need to come to a workshop later on or go with this and still add a workshop to look maybe at an ordinance, looking at what the state laws are, what may be, what we can and what we can't do. You know, I always say, don't tell me what we can't do, but what can we do? Can we do something tonight? That's the decision on each councilman's conscience, how they will vote. I'm under the pressure. I know where my heart is, my mind is, and it's a resolution. It's telling people how this council feels. Be it wrong, right, indifferent. I think it's the right thing to do to say how we operate as a city. So again, I'll support you tonight. I'll support you tonight.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you know, may I say about this motion that maybe if we can't come to an agreement on a 7-0 resolution, then maybe this motion could come at the end as a compromise if that fails. Just my thinking. Because I think everybody's heart is in the same place on this issue on council, in my opinion. Thank you.
All I can tell you,
Councilman Miranda, you're
all I can tell you,
recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how the others are, but both of my resolutions have numbers on them with stars on them, with 1, 2, and 3, and I didn't write them. I don't know if my aide wrote them or somebody else wrote them on. But here's the fact. I believe in women's right to do what they want with their body, number one. But number two, I also believe that this is a state and a federal law. That this resolution passing 7-0 or 50-0 is not going to change the law. It's going to give somebody an uplift where the law has not been changed. That's what it does, unless I'm dead wrong. But
You're
you
correct,
wrote one
Councilman.
thing, the other resolution takes it out. I believe the one you wrote, Megan, is may be required by state or federal law. Am I correct?
Yes, Councilman.
And the other one, as I read it now, somebody did this, it's not there. Then you have section 3, number 2 and number 3.
See,
I'm just looking at it, and I haven't had a chance to cross-reference each one. But 2 doesn't exist in yours, and it exists in the other one. And 3 is very little in yours, a couple of sentences, I believe, and about 4 sentences in the other one. So I haven't really just time to even digest what the sentences mean. That's all.
I think The first question, though, for council to consider is whether you want to
Yes, we
pass
still have a motion on the
you have a
floor that
motion on
needs
the
to be
floor.
voted on. We can move forward from there.
And then you could, yeah.
We have a motion made by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion on that motion? Roll call vote, please.
Goods. Goods.
That was the motion on a workshop, correct?
To continue.
No.
Viera,
As I understand it at this time.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Hurtak,
No.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Citro.
No.
Motion did not pass with Goods, Viera, Hurtak, and Citro voting no.
We're going to take agenda item number 1. We are going to take public comment for that agenda item only at this time.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I remember, Councilwoman Hurtak said she wanted to explain some issues within the resolution, is that correct?
I would prefer to hear the public comment
I just want to make
first.
sure.
Then we'll go
That's
into the
fine.
body of it,
That's fine.
okay? Is everyone in agreement with that?
Yep.
Thank you. We will take public comment on agenda item number 1. Only that agenda item. Nothing else that is on our agenda. If you would please, form a line, my left, your right. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 minutes each. Let's please refrain from being redundant and repeating the same thing that the person in front of you said. When you get to the podium, please state your name and give us your zip code.
Hi, my name is Chris Carlson. I'm a City of Tampa resident. My zip code is 33604. I'm a hospital social worker, and I'm a member of Tampa DSA. I'm working in a healthcare industry where more and more of my patients are made to be criminals because of what kind of healthcare they need, and I can't take it anymore. I'm also living in a state where duly elected officials are violently sacked and replaced by illegitimate puppets like our so-called state attorney Susan Lopez. This is outrageous. My concerns about people getting unjustly arrested are valid, and the mayor and city council need to fight back against this attack on democracy as hard as they can.
Sir, this public comment is on agenda item number 1. Nothing that has to do with our our state attorney that just got unduly relieved of his duty. This is on agenda item number 1, please.
Okay, so it's not enough to simply say I'm pro-abortion from the city council. I'm supporting Councilmember Lynn Hurtak's proposed resolution. We want city council members to say, I'm pro-abortion, and in my capacity as a city council member, I promise to protect the right to an abortion by any means I possibly can. We've provided the specifics for you in this resolution. Please sign on to it. This resolution is a statement of intent, and we've had 2 weeks to realize this. All of this hand-wringing about the legality of a city council member being able to sign on to a resolution like this is deference to DeSantis, in my opinion. The city's legal team is risk-averse, conservative by design, and afraid of litigation. Florida abortion law is not settled. The Florida Constitution has historically protected abortion as a right. Also, the legal team's role is to give advice. What they say isn't law. They can't tell you what to do. You are the ones who approve the budget. If you are unwilling to support decriminalizing abortion, please go on record and explain to the public why. I've read through resolutions you've passed on other issues 7-0, and there's never been this circus. Yet when it comes to taking a stance on abortion, I'm not sensing any clarity. Yesterday, after Tampa DSA asked her, Mayor Jane Castor stated she would not be directing the TPD to arrest people who seek or provide abortions. Good. Join the mayor, join Councilmember Hurtak, and take a stand. And let me make myself clear. Let's also do an ordinance, especially now that we know the mayor might be sympathetic. Let's strike while the iron is hot. The more thorough the ordinance, the better. I don't only want a statement from the mayor and city council, although I think a statement would be excellent. I want protecting the right to abortion to be city policy. Thank you.
Sir, Mr. Carlson, you used an acronym. Would you tell us what that acronym is, please?
DSA?
Yes, sir.
Democratic Socialists of America.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Michaela Roddy. My zip code is 33604. I'm a resident of Tampa and an internal medicine physician, and I'm here to speak in favor of Councilwoman Hurtak's proposed resolution to protect abortion rights in Tampa. I could say a lot about my thoughts on criminalizing abortion as a person who is able to bear children, but I figured I'd use this time to offer the perspective of a physician. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but our healthcare system is collapsing around us at an alarming rate. We've already been operating under tense and scarce conditions prior to COVID-19, trying to survive and practice within a profit-driven healthcare system, but since 2020, working in healthcare has felt like fighting in a never-ending war zone. We've been in a constant battle against a government and healthcare system which does not care about protecting healthcare workers or providing patients with access to the full range of healthcare they have a right to. As a result, patients have been dying at unprecedented rates, and physicians and nurses have been quitting in droves, rightfully so, creating more dangerous conditions for workers and patients. The recent passing of HB 5 and the overturn of Roe v. Wade feels like just another gigantic slap in the face of healthcare workers and patients, and frankly, we do not have the reserves to weather yet another assault on our autonomy and our ability to care for our patients. There's no doubt about it that abortion is healthcare, none at all. In many cases, it's considered the standard of care and part of the practice of evidence-based medicine. Pregnancy is a physiologic state which changes how a person's organs function, how their hormones function, and there are many medical conditions in which pregnancy is contraindicated, and carrying a pregnancy to term can be fatal. Not to mention the countless complications which can arise after becoming pregnant, for which the standard treatment is abortion. And we cannot wait until the condition is deemed to be an emergency. Patients will die, they're already dying, and physicians and nurses will be arrested for trying to save them. After almost 3 years of healthcare workers having to watch patients die in waiting rooms, in their homes, in ICUs, isolated from their families and friends for no good reason at all, I don't think many of us can take watching our pregnant patients needlessly die because the government won't let us practice the standard of care. They won't let us do our jobs. Many physicians will get arrested if that's what it takes to continue to do their jobs as they have taken an oath to do. Why is it that they are brave enough to go to jail to fight for their patients and you all can't do the absolute bare minimum to try to protect us? Why is it that you can find all the money in the world to fund the people who would be arresting doctors for doing their jobs, but are worried about the cost of legal fees which would help protect us? The resolution put forth by Councilwoman Hurtak, I know it's not binding, but at least shows that you're critically thinking about how you're actually going to protect us. And like Councilwoman Hurtak said, I would fully support an ordinance, and I think that would be the next best step. So I urge you to vote in favor of Councilwoman Hurtak's proposed resolution without any edits, because frankly, the one that the legal team put forth is just a big slap in the face. It wouldn't do anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, good evening. My name is Samson, and I have been a longtime resident of Tampa, 33602. I appreciate the opportunity today to speak in favor of the Hurtak resolution before you, and respectfully request that you all do the same based on the simple principle of equality for all human beings, regardless of gender. You see, by voting in favor of the Hurtak resolution, you will not only be in alignment with Mayor Jane Castor's position of decriminalizing seekers or healthcare providers of abortion, you will also dissolve centuries-old inequality between men and women, and telling the world that the city of Tampa acknowledges women as co-equal to men. It is important to recognize that until recently in our history, women were considered property of men. In other words, our legal, religious, and cultural history considered women as mere chattel or things like a car or a smartphone, to be owned and possessed by men. I'm confident to say that everyone in this room, after hearing this historical fact, is thinking, what the F? As a consequence of this bizarre belief system, women had no right or self-determination to control their own bodies. It was the men, either the father or the husband, that had absolute say over what their daughter or wife can or cannot do with their own bodies, Just imagine if the roles were reversed, where the women had absolute say over the vasectomy of their husband or son. Unimaginable, right? Today, I am confident to say that virtually no one would stand up and own up and say that a man owns a woman as a thing. However, it is crucial for us to understand that we are still living with that artifacts of this bizarre ideology, which is still in place, denying women the absolute sovereignty to control her own body and especially her own fertility. I personally cannot support any obstacle to equality that continues to perpetuate our historical mistake of treating women as a mere thing. Clearly, you can agree with me on that. Now, council members of this room are elected to make decisions for our beloved city of Tampa. It is my hope, as well as a proponents.
Thank you, sir.
All right. The best was yet to come.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emily Greist. I live in zip code 33605, and I am a member of the Tampa Democratic Socialists, and I am also a public school teacher here in Tampa. I'm here in support of Councilwoman Hurtak's resolution. As a teacher, I like to do my research. Did you know that Amnesty International actually defines forced pregnancy as a crime against humanity? There are some debates about it being state law and all that, but my question is really, how can forcing a pregnant person to carry a pregnancy they do not want or may not be able to survive moral and just? How is that not a forced pregnancy, which is, as I said, defined as a crime against humanity by Amnesty International? In 2016, I began to, for the first time in my life, fear for my safety as a woman in the United States. In 2020, I knew I had to fear for my safety as a woman in the United States. Now, in 2022, I live in constant fear as a woman in the United States. Personally, I'm not at a time in my life where I could carry a pregnancy. I am a single paying household. I could not afford to take the time off of work to carry a pregnancy. I could not afford the hospital bills that come with a pregnancy. I could not. It is just not an option for me. My family has also had historically life-threatening pregnancies. So I live in fear that if this happens to me, I may be denied the medical care that I might need to survive because of laws that are being passed way above me. You right now have the opportunity to make me feel safe in Florida again. I have legitimately considered whether this is a state that I will be able to live in, that I would want to raise a family in, that I could feel safe eventually being pregnant in. And right now, that answer is no. This is not a state I feel safe in. But you have the opportunity to make Tampa a beacon of hope for women like me who don't feel safe right now, who know that they could come here and that prosecuting them would be on the lowest priority due to this resolution. You have the potential to help get us the best medical care, which is something which is something that we deserve and something we are entitled to. A vote for Councilwoman Hurtak's resolution is a vote to begin, and only begin, to protect our citizens of Tampa from these very harsh conditions that we are currently living in Florida. I implore you to make Tampa feel safe again and protect our people. I thank you so much for your time, and I hope that I can count on your vote for not only my, but all of the women of Tampa's safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Daniel Satizabal. I live in zip code 33617, and I am also a member of the Tampa chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here to first express my feelings about how absurd it is that we even have to talk about this in the first place, about having to protect what is such an essential human right and liberty that is being challenged and under threat. It's an absolute travesty that we have to go through hoops to secure this human right. Also, I think it's a huge waste of resources in order to enforce an agenda made by theocratic legislators that are trying to push their beliefs onto other people, regardless of whether or not they have the same beliefs. I think it would be a better use of city resources pushing against what Tallahassee is forcing us to do. It's also completely absurd that the state of Florida is trying to force women to give birth into a state that year after year, it's honestly getting worse to raise children in. It's harder to maintain a living with price of housing going up. Just a couple months ago, women were having the most difficult time securing baby formula to feed their children. Just this morning, there was a shooting at one of our high schools. Our communities are becoming less safe. Our resources are becoming more strained, and we're not having the priority that these children deserve. And Tallahassee is forcing us to bring life into this hellscape, to be honest. We're already having a hard time providing for ourselves, and to bring another life that will just strain us to the breaking point is beyond words. That's why I absolutely support her tax resolution with zero compromise, and I want us to go even further to codify this into actionable laws, into ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me today. My name is Ron Bettolero. I live in 33570. I'd first like to disabuse the council members of the notion that anybody that we're writing in on behalf of her tax resolution thought that this was something that was legally binding, or that we thought that this was something that was going to, circumvent state law or anything like that. We understand the implications, and I can speak on behalf of many of the people that are speaking today. We know what this means, and this is a signal, and we understand why that signal might be a little bit alarming for some of you to send, given this current political climate. I'm speaking to you today as a girl dad. A lot of people like to identify as I'm a boy mom, I'm a girl dad. So I have 2 young girls that I am going to raise, and that are going to have to face the ramifications, the implications that these kinds of laws are going to enforce. I live every day in fear, just like every parent does, of all of the myriad things that could happen to your children, which are many. And now we have to add state violence to that, either in the form of unjust arrests or the thought of one of my babies dying on a table because they're unable to get the health care that they need. Now, I know that this resolution, her tax resolution, is not going to stop the police from banging at somebody's door. But again, it is an important signal that we need to be sending as a society and as a city and as a community of people who are like-minded, who are all working towards the same goal of living a just and fulfilling life. It is the signal we are sending. I fully am on board with an ordinance, but I would like the city council to send this signal tonight without any hand-wringing and cowing about legal whatever. This is important, and I would like to see the city council pass it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Norris. I'm a Hillsborough County resident. My zip code is 33584. Thank you all for having us all here tonight. I'm here today to vocalize my support of Councilmember Lynn Hurtak's abortion decriminalization resolution. Per the World Health Organization, lack of access to safe, timely, affordable, and respectful abortion care is a critical public health and human rights issue. Overturning Roe v. Wade challenges the rights to privacy and bodily autonomy for more than half of all U.S. citizens. As these restrictions and outright bans on abortion continue, women will die. Doctors and nurses will relocate from states that are criminalizing abortion to states that allow them to practice without fear of prosecution. Do we want to see Florida become an unaffordable, undereducated state that boasts limited personal freedoms and subpar medical access? We have the opportunity to change course, and it starts here. Tampa can set a precedent by supporting this resolution and further drafting an ordinance to declare Tampa a sanctuary city. We can declare that we will not prosecute people seeking to receive an abortion, medical staff for performing an abortion, or people offering assistance to others for abortion-related services. We will not restrict medical access. We will not violate our citizens' rights to privacy, and we will not criminalize abortion or abortion-related actions in any capacity, up to and including citations and fines. We will support our doctors in their quest to provide appropriate medical care, and we will protect the privacy of our residents. We can take this stand. We can become an example to the state and the country in saying that we will not accept our rights to our bodies and privacy being violated. As this fight progresses, let Tampa be a safe zone. Let us fight to preserve our rights as citizens of Florida, as well as all of our rights as citizens of the United States. Let Tampa represent freedom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Craig Birchfield. I'm a resident of Tampa, 33626. I'm also a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation and the Tampa Tenants Union. You owe us. Every single one of you, except I believe Hertalk and Goods, you owe us. You're cowards. You backed down. You backed down when rent control was set to be on the ballot. And you said, yes, let's explore this, and then you backed. Carlson, you're a coward from the beginning. You didn't go with it from the beginning, but the rest of you owe us on this. You can understand why we want you to sign onto this resolution, even though we know it's not going to change law, even though we know that an ordinance is really the next best thing, and we expect you to do that as well, but you owe us. Because I don't think anybody in this room trusts you for what you're worth. We don't trust you. Why would we trust you? Every time we get to this point on some meaningful action, you back down. You back down to the landlords. You back down to DeSantis, which is really, I think, what all this hand-wringing about the resolution is about, right? Not wanting to stand up and make yourself stand out in front of a fascist dictator up in Tallahassee. Grow a backbone. You owe us. Sign on to the resolution as Hertalk has presented it, not this feckless resolution the city legal department has come up with that really doesn't show Tampa your intention at all. Vague language. Hertalk's resolution has the language that we need to know and to begin to maybe build a modicum of trust with the working class here that you're going to do something about this, that you're going to protect us from the fascists in Tallahassee.
Hello, my name is Sam and my zip code is 33604. As a librarian, the right to privacy is one of my greatest personal and professional values, but I support more than a resolution that just vaguely supports the right for privacy. I support the clear resolution that Councilmember Hertalk has proposed. This is the bare minimum that our city council can do to voice their support for the decriminalization of abortion in our city. I support an ordinance, but I do not have any faith that the council will pass an ordinance if we don't first pass a resolution. Passing this resolution, as proposed by Councilmember Hertalk, is the least that our city council can do to protect abortion in Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Quentin. I live at 33602. I've lived in Tampa my whole life. I was born here. If everything goes well, I'll die here. Thanks. This, like, starting at the beginning from the top, this wasn't like some unbiased judicial review to change some laws. It was a political power grab, and it's just filtering its way down to here. And I get this resolution isn't going to change any laws. It's not going to keep the cops from everything everybody else said. But it's a chance for Tampa to say we're not going to get bullied by people that aren't Tampa, because we have our own thing. Our flag is terrible, and we love it anyways. So let's come together, do the right thing, pass the original version. We've had 2 weeks. I did read it. I like the original. The legal ones looks like it was written by a lawyer. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eliza Perez, zip code 33635. I'm a member of the Tampa DSA. I know the council has been receiving our calls and emails about the resolution. I want to thank those of you that responded. Some of the responses were a little contradicting. We were told that our resolution is not an ordinance and that it basically holds no weight, which if that's the case, then passing it shouldn't be too difficult. I do not agree with what one council member said, that signing on to a resolution will harm the people that we're trying to protect by giving them false expectations. This community is really struggling, and our expectations that our government will do anything to help us can't possibly be any lower than they already are. We feel like more of our rights are being taken away every day. We are disappointed, and we have lost faith in the idea that our government has our best interests at heart. I think the right thing to do here is to pass our resolution and follow through with what it says. Also, if the resolution is basically useless, I would like to know why the legal team is so desperate to change the language. We were told about the council's concern with legality and litigation costs, but I don't see what that has to do with people's lives. Your concern should be the health and the wellness of the people of this city and not what the lawyers have to say. We know where this is headed. We know abortion bans are not going to stop at 15 weeks, and it's eventually going to cost a lot of time and resources to prosecute people who seek abortions. I think we need to spend our resources on decriminalizing reproductive health care instead. I think when it comes to the health of the community, concerning ourselves with the budget is extremely inappropriate and irresponsible. Instead of prosecuting people who did nothing wrong, I think funds should be going towards challenging unjust laws. I understand that the council is concerned with staying within the boundaries of the law, but when those boundaries are continuously closing in on us and suffocating us, then it's time to change them. HB 5 is not settled yet, and the time to strike it down is right now. Respectfully, the legal team's resolution needs to go in the trash. Yes. So again, at Tampa DSA, we demand access to safe and legal abortions for all individuals at any time, for any reason. We demand that you pass a resolution today as it is without any changes to the language, and that we move forward with more binding legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sam Obeid. I am the State Director of Programs and Partnerships at the Common Ground Florida Project. I am also an activist, a spoken word poet, and an advocate for youth, zip code 33605. I've written you all a nice little speech, but I'm going to put this aside just for a quick second to address some of the conflict that the council had between themselves earlier when you all were talking about this resolution. Folks, the people that you are concerned about protecting, I heard that multiple times. We're concerned about the people that we're protecting. We're concerned about the people that we need to protect. We are here. These are the people that are asking you all to pass this resolution. The human that is on your council, whose identity is directly affected by this abortion law, is the person who is presenting this resolution to be passed. Every single person here, our identities are deeply impacted. So the fact that somebody else whose identity is not impacted by these laws and who will not be impacted by this resolution, telling us that this resolution is pointless, I don't see the point in telling a community that you do not have direct experience with, that we do not have an opinion or we do not know the difference between a resolution and an ordinance. If you are in fact receiving communications from folks who are mistaking a resolution for an ordinance, perhaps we could use that as a teaching moment. My organization would be happy to facilitate that teaching moment. You yourself can use those moments to respond to these humans, letting them know the difference between resolution and ordinance so that they can make an informed decision of what they want to support for themselves. As far as giving people raising people's expectations and giving them hope that does not exist. I'm a masculine performing lesbian. I'm an immigrant, I'm Indian, and I'm Muslim living in the United States. Since 2016, every single one of my identities has been under threat, all the way up until now, and it's not ending anytime soon. All I have is hope. Why would you take that away from me? Why would you not make that symbolic gesture to say, I have your back, and as the city of Tampa, I am going to do my best to move forward to ensure that you are protected. This year, the state legislature released a number of laws that impacted not just women-identified humans, but a large number of LGBTQ plus identified humans. All of these laws impact one community disproportionately: children. Our children are incredibly vulnerable in this current in this current moment, and the resolution that is passed by Councilwoman Lynn Hertak in collaboration with the Tampa chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, it's not just a random attempt to protect a few people. It is a very concerted attempt to protect a certain group of humans, these most vulnerable children in our society. I'm not a parent by normative standards, but I can tell you that I've had the privilege of raising many young humans, and for them, their safety should not be negotiable. So I stand by Lynn Hertak's resolution. I stand by it unamended, unadapted, and if you have questions about where our minds are when it comes to whether we know about the difference between a resolution or an ordinance and what kind of collaboration needs to happen on that, please talk to us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Monica Petrella. I live in 33606, and I'm here on behalf of the Tampa Democratic Socialists as well. You know our demands. You've heard them now several times. People have been very clear. Please support the Councilwoman's resolution as she wrote it. That's what we want. That's what we demand. Right now, I think is a good time to ask yourself, and I wish Councilman Vieira could hear this too, like, what is leadership to you? This is the time. When you hear about Tampa, we are hearing overwhelmingly things that are leaning towards more fascism. This is your time to stand up and say that we're going to stand strong with our people. Apparently, it's a meaningless resolution, so what is your hesitation? That is my question to you. And I hope it's not meaningless. I do hope we seek an ordinance. I do hope we go further. I hope we challenge this. I hope we get as loud as we can, because we can and should do that. You all can and should do that. I know that leadership, you all have many, many more plans besides this one dais here, and you need to think how this vote today is going to affect the rest of your potential campaigns, potential leadership positions. It would be a shame for any of you to vote against this. It is easy, it is needed, there is no other option. So with that, you know our demands, pass the resolution in full as was written by Councilwoman Hertak, and thank you for bringing that forward.
Good evening, Council. My name is Getulio Gonzalez Military. I live in zip code 33613. I am not a member of Tampa Democratic Socialists of America or of Tampa, but they are friends of mine. And today I'm standing in solidarity with my friends, which I hope everyone here would be willing to do as well. So I respect the rule of law. That goes without saying, but there's something that I respect a lot more than that, and that idea is democracy. It's a lot older, and the premise of democracy is freedom. Okay, that's freedom of thought, that's freedom of will, that's freedom of speech, that's freedom of privacy, that's freedom of choice. I would no more try to impose my religious beliefs on anyone upon that dais. So I expect the same in kind. Okay. Our self-styled autocrat of a governor, because that's exactly what he is, he believes that he can impose his will on the people of this state and the people of this city. But that's contrary to everything that this country was founded on. You know that. The Fourth Amendment has gradually been eroded over the course of the last 21, 22 years, and it's the obligation of this council to be a stopgap for that erosion. Moving beyond that, Roe has been the de facto law of the land for about 50 years now through judicial precedent. And it was overturned through duplicitous means. I'm sure everyone should agree to that up there. The legislation signed into law by the autocrat in Tallahassee was also done through illegitimate means. A governor in a state that has gerrymandered maps, as gerrymandered as ours, and a governor who won his election by a mere 30,000 votes doesn't reflect democracy. And he's also a governor who unconstitutionally suspended our state attorney given his behavior. And I'm sure you all know how he acted during the redistricting process. He drew the congressional maps. That is an attack on democracy. So I'm confident in my assessment. Therefore, it's safe to say that the state imposing its will over the body of private citizens and forcing an unwanted pregnancy is a stain on democracy as well. So I'm asking you all to look within yourselves today and ask if democracy has prevailed in the state of Florida. And if the answer is no, then take a stand here and now. That's what you're here for. That's what people voted for you to do. Please vote in support of Councilwoman Hurtak's resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Abigail, and my zip code is 33604. I came here today actually to hear for another item number, but I found it in my heart that I felt like I really needed to speak. As you can tell, I am.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Again, this is on agenda item number one.
Yes,
If you're
I'm
gonna
fully.
speak to this, are you also wanting to speak to the other?
Not at this time, no.
No, not at this time. Are you also wanting to speak to the other?
I believe my husband is going to be speaking on
Okay,
that.
thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. So at this time, I am 29, almost 30 weeks pregnant, and I want to just say that I am also one of the people who has walked the streets of Tampa in protest of the fact that when Roe v. Wade was even being considered as a possible option for being taken out of law, that was an issue. And I have to say that deep within my heart, I do believe that every single person has the right to do what they want with their body. And it was scary, even as I knew that I was pregnant, and if something were to happen to me, that healthcare wouldn't allow me to be safe. And so I just want to say that as one person who is not necessarily represented, there are many, many people, pregnant women, who have this same idea. And so I just want to come here today to go ahead and say that I also support Councilwoman Hurtak's proposal. And I think it just really spoke to my heart, and I really wanted to say that I urge you to support that as well.
Hello, my name is Nina Tatlock. My zip code is 33572, and I am speaking on agenda item number 1. City Council passed a resolution in favor of Medicare for All a while back, and nobody thinks that we have Medicare for All right now. But it did lift people's spirits. It made people feel better. You can pass this resolution presented by Councilmember Hurtak tonight as a statement in the same manner. It is important to make a statement at this point. It is important to make people feel better, to lift people's spirits. Your next step then should be working to pass an ordinance. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, esteemed group of people. I'm Dr. Finarjan. My zip code is 33611. And I'm going to get choked up as others have, so forgive me. I'm supporting Councilwoman Hurtak's resolution because I'm an OBGYN who has taken care of pregnant people in Tampa for the past 16 years. I'm here to tell you that if we do nothing, women in our community are going to die. I came here in 2002 with my husband for residency at Tampa General. We left a few years later for further training and returned in 2010. We've been here since. Over the past 12 years, I've been involved with training the next generation of abortion providers. I'd like to tell you 2 stories. I hope you'll find them meaningful. About 10 years ago, an 11-year-old rape victim came into my care. She was 16 weeks pregnant. It was a delayed diagnosis because she was young and didn't realize when she missed her periods that she might be pregnant. Her mother didn't realize that her boyfriend was raping the 11-year-old. This patient, as many of our patients are, didn't have access to health care, was poor, was a patient of color. Because of these barriers, she delivered a child on Mother's Day in 2012. I've carried that with me. This year, a 33-year-old woman, 13 weeks pregnant, came into our care. She presented somewhat to her misfortune to a small community hospital on the east coast of Florida with end-stage renal disease. Because of the condition, a pregnancy would have endangered her life. Thankfully, she was 13 weeks pregnant and not 15 weeks or further, and we were able to care for her, again, against the odds. This patient had 4 children who she cared for. She had to drive across the state to get care. I've helped bring new life into this world, and I've held the hands of countless women who've had to end their pregnancies. With the overturning of Roe and the new Florida laws, the 24-hour waiting period, and the 15-week abortion ban, I'm struggling, and so are my patients. Sadly, this has made me consider leaving the state. I've advised my oldest child that when it comes time to apply to college, I hope she chooses colleges in states that prioritize women and respect their autonomy. Sadly, I fear Florida may not be this state. I hope that enough of us who care about women can be vocal and stand up for what's right. The decision about whether to continue or end a pregnancy belongs only to that pregnant person. Please be courageous and support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, my fellow city council. We are Andre King Bay, and this is my wife, Amaya Bay. For the record, we come here today to request the city council to add remedy regarding public officials who willfully and grossly neglect to honor their oath of office, as 87.6.05 Florida statute requires, and support and follow every protocol within the Florida statutes regarding women's and men natural God-given right to self-determination. Without government intrusion on nationals and citizens of Florida and Tampa several states republic for which we stand. Therefore, to deprive a woman of her free will to abort or to keep a child lies solely with her God-given free will, better known as liberty, acknowledged in the Founding Fathers' Declaration of Independence of 1776 for governments of the United States Constitution. Republics are established only to protect the life, liberty, better known as free will, self-determination, free from restraints and control, as long as we do not infringe on our fellow neighbors' mutual God-given rights, notwithstanding the pursuit of happiness. Therefore, by restricting anyone's right to abortion or any free will, it's opening doors for CPS to snatch every children like they did ours, because Tampa, Florida is lacking city ordinance that supports citizens and nationals of Tampa the right to self-determination, whether it's abortion or religious belief of women, and by doing so, it's leaving child protective services on an unaddressed witch hunt for children who mothers do not want them because they weren't prepared, resulting in CPS creating protocols so strict against state, federal law, international law, universal law, nature's law, mostly God's law, that we'll become so familiar with such unconstitutional protocols that it would not know the difference between parents such as my wife and myself and parents who could not and was not ready to have a child. It would create an enormous impact on we the people as it is currently doing. Therefore, Tampa City Council have individually took an oath to support the federal constitution. I urge you all to honor your fiduciary obligations and duty and protect anyone's rights to self-determination that have been violated, and offer immediate sanctions to any public official who violate the protocols regarding self-determined rights of parents, whether that be abortion or religious way of life. Place a ban on child protective services from taking children of this republic, for without the generation, there cannot be a nation. There cannot be a community, because to have a community, you need unity. For example, you all are aware of numerous emails regarding CPS taking our children based off our religious belief. However, Tampa, Florida City Council, Lynn Hertog, you and your fellow colleagues are saying that you can't do nothing. But what are you guys doing about the mothers, the fathers, that children are being taken by CPS who didn't want the children, but they had to live with the children. And then when they do for the children, they get a text to the children. CPS just takes the children for them. And you guys don't have no protocols to make sure that they honor their obligations and duties.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in council chambers that wishes to comment to agenda item number 1? We will now go to, I believe we have Jean Strohmeyer on the line.
Hello?
Ms. Strohmeyer?
Can y'all hear me? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, and it's been a rough day. I had to bury my son today and from the fentanyl overdoses, so y'all get these drug clinics out of here. It's just not good for our community. So give me, if I go, it'll be like 2 seconds over. Please don't cut me off. My name is Jean Strohmeyer. I'm from south of Dandy. I've lived in Tampa since 1970. And I noticed that the socialist group is back to fill the room and secure an agenda. I don't like that. No. I'm here to implore you to deny the so-called Grace Act. For one, the name is misleading, to put it mildly. To put it truthfully, it's a bold-faced lie. Grace is defined as unmerited divine assistance given to humans for their regeneration or sanctification. It's a virtue coming from God and a state of sanctification enjoyed through divine assistance. God would never assist in the desecration and destruction of the very innocent life he himself created. This resolution has no business here in Tampa City Council, the People's House. The resolution in the first paragraph states it honors the rights of pregnant people. This could only mean pregnant women, not people. Good luck trying to have a man give birth. Another paragraph in the resolution mentions the Supreme Court in 1973 prevented states from directly banning abortions. Well, this is true. It was a political decision, and it was a wrong decision because, as we know, laws are supposed to be made by the legislature, not by appointed justices, but that body of officials, but by the duly elected people that we, the people, elect. That separation was desecrated on that day in 1973. The injustice and judicial overreach was merely corrected recently. Each state shall decide through our elected officials how we want to govern our own state. It's a lie from the proposed resolution that eliminating legal access to abortion has empirically proven to dramatically increase the risk of death among low-income communities and communities of color. What is true is that most abortion clinics were strategically placed in the low-income Black and brown communities to reduce their population. Margaret Sanger was a racist to the core, and many of you continue to believe those lies. It's a lie that the proposed resolution gives the right to privacy. We already have that right, known as HIPAA laws. We all have a right to privacy with our doctor. The proposed resolution states that the city of Tampa has the responsibility to protect residents from criminalizing their exercise of human rights. That's just stupid. It's against the law. You do face the consequences for it. Governor DeSantis signed into law that abortions cannot occur after 15 weeks. Please give me another minute. When I was in my teens and 20s, it was 12 weeks, and that was merely in a clinical setting. Again, grace is defined as the unmerited divine assistance given to humans. Lastly, some of you claim to be Catholic. One of you even had the audacity to chastise me, on Catholic principles. You cannot be for the killing of an unborn baby in his or her mother's womb and be Catholic. Accordingly, if you are Catholic, you need to immediately recuse yourself from this as a conflict of interest.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Schumer. Mr. D'Angelo.
Hey everyone, my name's Angel D'Angelo, 33604, born and raised in Tampa. So the first thing I want to say is I want to address the comments about this resolution. I want to say I support this resolution 100%, the version that HRTAC has been working with Tampa DSA. It's time to be bold and courageous and show the people of Tampa what you truly stand for. Resolution is just a first step towards getting an ordinance, and we've done things like this before. We decriminalized cannabis at a city level, even though it's illegal both at the state level and federally, even with medical cannabis, things like that. So there's no reason why we shouldn't do this unless we're afraid to say that we support abortion. Just say your truth. If you're against abortion, just say you're against abortion so we know, and we can make those decisions on election day in March, because we're going to do it either way based on how you vote for this resolution. It's really that simple. I think that it shows that we have a commitment to human rights, which includes trans people who are neglected from the conversation. Y'all affirm that you support women and trans people and LGBT rights, so show us that you actually affirm them and pass this resolution. There should be no reason you don't. So I'm interested to see how this is going to turn out. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online? Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay, if I could get the Elmo, please. So you have two copies in front of you. If you turn to page 2 of both of those copies, one of them has some highlighting at the top, which Kelly has up on the Elmo right now. This is the city's version. If you have, again, just turn to the second page of both of them. The one that has the highlighted except as may be required as or by state or federal law, this is the city's version. And this phrase was added. So I'm just gonna read the entire section to you so you really understand what we're saying. That it is the intent of the City Council of the City of Tampa to not approve the appropriation of funds for any action or activity that would abrogate or criminalize the rights of its residents to make reproductive health decisions, including abortion care for themselves. And this was what was added by the attorneys, except as may be required by state or federal law, which, in my opinion, basically negates the whole point of this. For more than 50 years, we have been confronted with state legislatures passing laws inconsistent with the federal or state law of the land. Mississippi's abortion ban that was upheld by the Dobbs decision was in violation of federal law until the U.S. Supreme Court reinterpreted that law. In this very state, Tallahassee has passed dozens of laws that courts have found unconstitutional, from school vouchers to voter suppression acts to the death penalty statute to parental consent to today's woke act that was just partly overturned. Florida has passed laws that were declared unconstitutional until after years of effort they found a friendly court. To this day, Florida Statutes Chapter 256 bans the burning of the Confederate flag, which is a law that has been unconstitutional since 1989. Multiple members of the current U.S. Supreme Court have suggested that the right to an attorney, guaranteed by the overturning of Florida law in Gideon versus Wainwright, is next. Tallahassee has repeatedly chipped away at our municipal autonomy and home rule. We cannot cede or surrender our rights any further, especially on the topic at hand, government interference in which Tampa residents and those across the country, most recently in Kansas, have made clear that they oppose. These decades of asymmetric legislating must end. If you then look at number 2, Kelly, if you can, actually, if you can flip to my resolution. Okay.
So in my resolution, actually pull it down. My resolution, the star portion is where that highlighted portion is just taken out. That's all that's different. Now, if you go further down, in the city's version, if you could, flip-flop the city's version real quick.
Okay.
You see there's stars with number 2 and number 3 at the bottom of the city's version, and this is because they took these portions out. So she's going to show in my resolution the portions that were taken out by the city attorneys that I would like to leave in.
Number 2?
Yes, number 2 says, be it further resolved that the City Council of the City of Tampa will not approve the appropriation of funds for any organization or entity operating a crisis pregnancy center or pregnancy resource center that is established with the explicit purpose of opposing legal abortion and dissuading pregnant people from seeking abortion services. If you turn then to page 3, which has number 3, and this is
the one that Mayor Castor so thankfully spoke to, that the City Council of the City of Tampa's approved appropriation of funds will reflect that the investigation or support for the prosecution of any allegation, charge, or information relating to any individual who seeks, provides, or supports abortion and abortion-related care will be the lowest priority for enforcement and the use of city resources and personnel. And this is the one that Mayor Castor spoke to yesterday. Now, in regards to this, to restrict the boundaries of this resolution to those dictated by the state makes us once again followers. In the interest of showing leadership, it is our responsibility to lead. We will furthermore not be compelled to squander taxpayer dollars on so-called services that obscure their true mission and aim to deceive those seeking medical care protected by the Florida Constitution. Nor will we be coerced out of electing how not to spend taxpayer dollars. The fear of investigation or prosecution in other states has already led doctors to avoid providing life-saving care and put women at risk of dying. On Tuesday, a South Carolina lawmaker fought back tears as he explained an anti-abortion law he'd voted for led to a 19-year-old woman facing a greater than 50% chance of losing her uterus and a 10% chance of developing sepsis and dying. Lawyers advised doctors that they could not remove the fetus despite the woman's water having broken after just 15 weeks. The patient was discharged from the hospital and told to deal with the miscarriage on her own. On July 29th, Dr. Jessiane Munoz, a Texas OBGYN, could not provide an abortion to a woman in the midst of a miscarriage with a womb infection. The fetal heartbeat had not yet stopped, so he waited until she lost multiple liters of blood to terminate. By that point, she had developed major complications that required surgery and had been put on a breathing machine. It's why another Texas patient undergoing a miscarriage could not terminate until she was bleeding out. It's why at least 28 other patients, Texas patients experiencing a failed pregnancy, were denied an abortion, a majority of whom then had serious infections and bleeding. A study published last month in the American Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology found that after Texas implemented its abortion restrictions, the number of women suffering serious complications such as bleeding and infections after miscarriages was 73% higher than other states. The New England Journal of Medicine estimates 26% of pregnancies end in miscarriage, 26%. More than 200,000 Florida people get pregnant every year. We are obligated to eliminate this ambiguity with a strong commitment that medical professionals will not be investigated or prosecuted in this city for providing medical care. And I just want to thank everyone today for the testimony they shared. The gravity never ceases it keeps resettling with me. And I just want to say that your stories today just reminded me of the fact that I am so much less safe than any of my fellow council members. I can go out tonight. I can be raped. I can have to be forced to carry a child against my will. I could be pregnant and not be able to protect myself. And it's something that I alone and every person who can carry a pregnancy in this state has to deal with, and the fear, the absolute fear. I believe that the least we can do is pass this resolution saying that we are not going to focus our funds and our we're making this a low priority for enforcement, and I believe that's the least we can do. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Could we just get legal to give us their opinion on the three things that she just said before we discuss it?
In a general sense, and this is contained in my memorandum of law that I filed with council a couple weeks ago, but And I think it's obvious. So to state the obvious, you know, the law in this area, the area of abortion, is in flux, okay? It changes on an almost daily or weekly basis. So this is it's a difficult task to try to predict what the law would be in the state of Florida or even federally in the future. So currently, what the state of law is in Florida is HB 5, which is the 15-week abortion ban, was passed and signed, I believe it was in April of this year. That is being challenged in the courts of the state of Florida. It's currently in a district court of appeal. So part of the basis for that challenge is that under the Florida Constitution, there is a right to privacy that was written into the Florida Constitution. And I think probably both resolutions, that case from 1989 is referenced. So in the state of Florida, there is a right to privacy in the state constitution, and it has yet to be determined by a court whether that would protect the right to abortion here in the state of Florida in light of the 15-week law. I don't know, we don't know, and also the abortion laws in the state of Texas are different than the current abortion law in the state of Florida. What the Dobbs decision did was say that the issue of abortion has now been sent back to the states. So theoretically, all 50 states could have a different law on abortion. So that's partially the reason why, in examining the Grace Act from a legal perspective, I had to look at what the Texas law was and what the current state of Florida law is regarding abortion. Layer that on top of what the city council's role is in the structure of government and the separation of powers. And obviously that you all know this, but the City Council of Tampa and the structure of government in our city charter is different from the city council and the city charter of Austin and probably hundreds, if not thousands, of other local governments. So that's just sort of a basic background. Regarding the specific sections, that is explicitly why it's my legal opinion to add in limiting language to this resolution. It was my goal to make this resolution as expansive as Councilwoman Hurtak would like, because it is a policy statement just like the one in Texas. So there are multiple paragraphs regarding the policy regarding the rights of pregnant people and reproductive rights of people that live in Tampa. These specific sections, the reason why we put in except as may be required by state or federal law is that current state law could conflict and does conflict with some of the specifics that are written into this resolution. So in order to protect council and protect this resolution, we need to acknowledge legally that the area of abortion has been regulated by the state of Florida, and it can be preempted by state law, and that's a fact that we're living under in the state of the law today in Florida. So that's why that language specifically was added by me to make Section 2, in my legal opinion, acceptable for this council to pass as a resolution. The other two sections that were taken out, I think the first one talking about the appropriation of funds specifically to a crisis pregnancy center. There's no mention of a crisis pregnancy centers in the Grace Act in Austin. That was added language. The current, just essentially the tax structure in Hillsborough County and the city of Tampa, council does not fund social services or health centers. So to say that council would not fund a health center or a social services center defined as a crisis pregnancy center essentially doesn't say anything, because council doesn't currently do that. Council couldn't currently do that just under the tax structure and under our structure of charter government. And I think the last section that was not adopted by the city was the section that talks about the city of Tampa will appropriation of funds will reflect that investigation or support of the prosecution of any allegation, charge, or information relating to an individual who seeks or provides supports for abortion or abortion-related care. The investigation and prosecution, again, are not things that is within the purview of the City Council of Tampa. So those are things that are within the purview of the state, Florida, state agencies, and other executive agencies within the City of Tampa. So strictly from a legal basis, reading each and every proposed sentence what I felt is my duty as your counsel is to advise you as to what could be argued to be outside of the scope of city council's power, and therefore not, in my recommendation, necessary for this resolution, while still including all of the language that expresses very strongly the right to reproductive freedom and privacy here in the city of Tampa.
Councilman Carlson, you're recognized.
If I could just ask you some specific questions about each one. Starting with number 3, tell me if I'm wrong, but my interpretation of this says that we would make in effect the enforcement of any state or federal laws regarding this, we would make it the lowest funding priority. Right? It just says we would make it the lowest funding priority. And so that by saying the lowest, we're not saying we wouldn't do it. So we're not telling the legislature or the federal government no. We're just saying we have to prioritize. The mayor oversees the police, but they're making decisions every day about what to prioritize in terms of enforcement. Am I reading that wrong, or is that what that says?
It says.
Do we have the right to figure where the priorities are for our enforcement in our city? If there are thousands of state laws and we can't possibly enforce all of them simultaneously, do we not have the right to decide that we want to, for example, enforce homicides first and then smaller crimes later?
I think as a policy statement, the council can certainly make a statement that certain crimes should be prioritized for higher enforcement, but what council can't say is that specific crimes will be excluded from enforcement, or will be excluded from prosecution, or will be excluded from funding. I don't think
so.
To me,
this just says lowest priority. It doesn't say we're excluding. It just says lowest priority.
Right, but it also could be interpreted to be dictating what law enforcement priorities can or should be in a way, a more specific way other than a budgetary allocation. Obviously, you have the power to allocate for the budget.
I just wonder, I'm not a lawyer, but I wonder if there's a way to keep that, but maybe add another word or something. And then number 2, it seems to me that this is benign. If we can't fund them anyway, why is it bad to say we're not going to fund them if we can't do it anyway?
My opinion is that, it needs to be accurate and clear, and it's just not advisable to say you're not going to do something that you frankly don't have the ability to do anyway.
I mean, is it that, and stop me if you can't talk about this publicly, but is it that somebody might test it by calling their organization a crisis pregnancy center and then try to get funding and we reject them and they sue us? Is it something like that, or?
There are certainly many, many possible permutations of things that could result from this language. I mean, just like I said, this area of the law is in flux. Obviously, it's a hotly contested area of the law. So anything that goes up to the line and potentially over of what council can safely do is something that as your legal counsel, I would advise you against. So again, these are the 3 very specific things out of about 20 paragraphs that could be problematic.
And if you, and I want to ask something about number 1 in a second, but on number 2 and number 3, if you had to gauge between 0 risk or 10 is the maximum risk, could you assign any number to say how big is the threat on number 2 and number 3?
As I said earlier, Councilman, it changes on a daily basis. These are things that courts interpret, and different courts interpret things differently at different times.
And since I made the argument in the beginning that this is just a resolution, not an ordinance, so we're not actually doing anything, we would have to vote to prioritize at another time. So since it's a resolution, not an ordinance, doesn't that protect us in some way legally?
I don't think so. I don't know, but I don't think so. It's my opinion that it could be challenged as overstepping the authority of the city council, as violating not only the city charter, but state law, and essentially going into an area that has been preempted by state law. So if that would result in litigation or not, I cannot put a percentage onto that, but that's certainly a high enough percentage that it causes me concern, and I feel that it's not necessary to take that risk and to still make the policy statement that this council intends to make.
And the last
It's not
question,
worth it.
The last question on number one, it seems to me that that qualifier about except as may be required by state and federal law, it only modifies those 3 points below it, correct? It doesn't apply to the entire resolution? And if so, are there state laws that you're worried about working against on any of those three specifically?
Those three specific items.
Does it only apply, does that qualifier only apply to those three, or does it apply to the whole resolution?
I think that, and give me a second because I'm reading two different ones at the same time. To answer your second question first, the three subcategories on that area, those were taken directly from Austin's Grace Act. And I think that was in response to the law in Texas that we don't have in Florida, essentially creating a civil cause of action for one private citizen to sue another person for seeking abortion care, providing abortion care, or even aiding and abetting an abortion. So those specific items are not something that is in Florida law currently. The Section 1 prior to Section 2 is really a much broader statement of intent where it says that the City Council of the City of Tampa formally condemns any action intended to abrogate the fundamental liberties of people and affirms its commitment to protecting the rights of its residents to make reproductive health decisions, including abortion care, for themselves. So the intent of that is to broadly state that the City of Tampa wants to protect reproductive health decisions of everyone living in Tampa and condemns any action intended to abrogate, which means to take away, the fundamental liberties of people. So that's intended to be more general than specific. When you get into specifics, which is Section 2, those specifics don't exist right now in Florida law. Does that clause, except as may be required by state or federal law, I think it could apply to the beginning of Section 2 and the end of Section 2. But it's basically intended to cover if state law or federal law conflicts with this resolution, to then make this resolution still lawful as opposed to making it unlawful.
But it doesn't apply to the rest of it, only applies to Section 2.
Section 2, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Goode, you're recognized.
It's a resolution. We've made plenty of resolutions. You know, I listened to the audience, and the lady said the Medicaid resolution. Well, we know that we don't have Medicaid for all. We know that there's certain things, but we passed a resolution. And to me, it's just this is a symbolic. When Tallahassee wants to preempt something, they just do it, and we change the rules. Would I be correct in saying that, Ms. Newman? When Tallahassee wants to change a home rule, they just change it, right? And we have to abide by what they've just done, correct?
Well, I think that we do have to abide by state and federal laws, yes.
So again, this is a resolution saying symbolically what we believe or think, but if Tallahassee came up with some rules or legislation, we would have to abide by those, correct?
Yes.
Number two, we have wellness centers, correct? City has wellness centers, correct, Ms. Moran?
I don't know if those are funded by the City of Tampa.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have wellness centers, and I'm quite sure we have a heavy population of women that work for the City of Tampa that go to wellness centers. So if they're going to wellness centers, my argument would be that if the doctors are saying that there's something wrong or need to refer them to, give a referral to a gynecologist or whatever for women's care, I can see the point of why Councilman Hurtak is asking for that to be there. Because we are funding, we're paying for a service. So I can see the point why she's highlighted number 2. So there's a lot of arguments here I can see, but to me, I look at a lot of resolutions that I voted for that we truly don't follow. And to me, it's, in my opinion, it's just a resolution saying how this council may feel, or how we feel the general public is asking for our service and help. And getting the word out about this situation. So for me, number 2 is when I look at wellness, you talk about a crisis pregnancy center or a resource center. When we send folks, and I've used that when my doctors are not available, I've gone to our wellness center on Del Mabry for services. So I can see the point that she's making on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Maniscalco, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, I find it so un-American to dictate what someone can and cannot do with their body, or a healthcare provider can and cannot perform a certain service, especially a doctor who takes an oath that will treat anybody. I believe in limited government, personal freedom. This is just a gross overreach when you are telling somebody that they can't do something with their body. It's none of my business. There's a saying, there's a quote by someone that says, if it's not breaking my leg or picking my pocket. It's an old quote. But it's none of my business, and it shouldn't be anybody's business what somebody does or how somebody takes care of themselves or the healthcare provider that they go see for whatever the circumstances are. It's none of my business. I have personal experience from friends in college, one who got an abortion, and she said, I know you're going to judge me. I know you're very conservative. I said, it's none of my business what you do with your body. I'm just glad to know that you're okay, that you took whatever precautions of the decisions that you made. Having said all that, Councilman Carlson asked several questions that I had regarding City Council or City of Tampa not approve appropriation of funds to specific organizations here. I don't think that we do, and I think you clarified that. And in section 3, especially with the comments of our mayor, and the mayor is the chief law enforcement officer of this city and former police chief, who publicly said, and it's been confirmed, that these will be of the lowest priority for enforcement. What is the lowest priority for enforcement? Jaywalking, a speeding ticket? I mean, if this is going to be, everything that we're talking about regarding abortion and whatnot, if these are going to be treated as lowest priority for enforcement, and the mayor is saying that, I would say and believe that the mayor has the people's back in saying that these will be treated at the lowest level. I see both resolutions. I understand what you're saying from the legal department, and I'm satisfied with that. I understand the arguments of the other council members and what has been presented by the other council member. But are these things necessary? When we have the mayor, again, chief law enforcement officer, saying this will be treated as the lowest priority enforcement, and us as a city council, as we're talking about budgets and everything now, I've never seen in 7 years that I've been here that we appropriate any funding towards these kinds of centers. So I don't see that this is necessary, where, both resolutions would work, but the one that you've provided from the legal department, I understand and I feel that it's sufficient, considering that the mayor has made a public statement already. So I will stop there and listen to what my other colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Regarding the centers that we fund, those are called wellness centers, where you have, we have farmed out the operation of doctors and nurses and technicians to give you a periodically checkup. If you have a cold, you go see them. If you don't feel bad, you don't feel too good, you go see them. They take an x-ray, but they do not do any surgical work or any type of that work that I'm aware of. So there is a difference. The wellness center, yeah, you can find out if you're pregnant. You can find out if you got any type of disease. Hopefully they can find it in time. But these are the things that we do so that we lower our rate of insurance. So when you go to the problem that you have to get it fixed, they find it not before, after it's in an advanced stage, but in the beginning of that stage. So we try to not only save our workforce, but save some money doing it. And we have that many, many years throughout. So that's the difference that I'm bringing up. They don't do any type of surgical procedures there at all. So that's what I want to clear up. Thank you.
Councilman Vieira, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir, and a lot of good thoughts and contributions. I said this before when I seconded the original motion, maybe like a month and a half ago or so, that, in this country we have a
a ride of a personal moral compass in terms of our personal journey that we're going to take, as well as the personal values that we're going to take as individuals, but we also have personal autonomy. And that includes the right to privacy, which is specifically enshrined in our Florida Constitution. It used to be said that it was under the penumbras of the U.S. Constitution with searches and seizures, Griswold and Roe versus Wade, then the Planned Parenthood versus Casey case almost 20 years later. I believe in those principles from a legal perspective. I do. And I think all of us support that and want to support the basic fundamental principles that are enshrined in those cases. When Roe falls, it's a domino effect, as we've already seen, on a number of other issues that should trouble all people who care about personal autonomy. All people who care about personal autonomy. But I see, though, the two resolutions, when I see people cite the one that has been approved by legal as somehow being meaningless or offensive, I must, with great respect and regard, respectfully disagree. That cites fundamental principles that I think we can all get behind. And I have always given a level of deference to the legal department on issues like this. I always have. I've written, notoriously, a number of resolutions. And whenever I do that, I give them to legal for form, not for substance most of the time, but for form. And I always am amenable to those and whatnot. So I think we all want to support something going forward that states our principles and whatnot. And I'm prepared to do that. And I hope that we get a 7-0 vote on this. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
A few things. Number one, several folks have talked about the mayor and the mayor's statement. The mayor's statement offhand to the media is not the same as a resolution that's approved by city council. She would have to pass an executive order or some other kind of official document. I would suggest that Councilmember Hurtak ask for that, to ask the mayor to do the same. If we approve something, then she should put her signature to a piece of paper also. Number two, this is an issue. One thing I'd like to say, I appreciate everybody that came out tonight. I know many of you, and we agree on most issues, and we agree many times. Just because I disagree with this type of solution doesn't mean we disagree on the fundamental issues. In this case, I disagree with a resolution instead of ordinance. If an ordinance came back and the legal department said we could vote for it legally, I would vote for it. In this case, as you all know, I've told you I couldn't talk to my colleagues, but I could talk to you all in the community, and I said I don't want to vote for a resolution. I was voting for an ordinance, and I was hoping that we would get the chance to vote for an ordinance instead of a resolution. That didn't happen. Most of we've got a flood of emails and calls. Most of them are not people from the city of Tampa, and almost all of them are not from my district. But I did get a whole bunch of calls from people from my district, and people I know very well, people I respect, and they had similar stories and similar discussions. In fact, my legislative aide gave me permission to say she had 2 difficult pregnancies, and she's pregnant right now, and she's facing these issues. And she and I have had long conversations about what she's facing. And so it is very personal to us. I'm not able to get pregnant myself, but I have 3 kids, and I've been through the process with their mother, and when my friends, like my legislative aide, we are facing it as well. So I understand the severity of it and the need to do something. My fear is that this is going to raise false hopes, as I said, and I wish we could come up with a different solution. With that being said, enough people in my district have asked me to support this and insisted that I support this, and I have to go with what the people in my district want me to do. And so I'm willing on their behalf to support some version of this. Like my colleague, Councilmember Vieira, I never go against legal opinion, and my preference is to support the version that the legal department has recommended. If the majority, again, supporting what my constituents have asked me to do, I would like this to be a 7-0 vote. My preference is to go with the legal opinion, the legal department's version. But if we have to go with something else, I would be hesitantly okay with number 2 and number 3, but number 1, I think we need to have that in there. It is still a resolution, but it provides some level of protection for all of us, and then it gives us, it also, as several folks said, it gives us the base to start to look at some kind of ordinance. The last thing I'll ask, and I have to ask this of the legal department, just so all my colleagues can know, if you all have followed the media, you know that there have been lots of legal attacks against city council. One city council member is no longer here. And the legal department has not defended or protected city council, even acting in their position as city council members. And now we have a new interim city attorney, and I would just like to ask the interim city attorney if she wouldn't mind coming up. If city council votes on Councilmember Hurtak's version, not the one recommended by legal, will legal defend city council and city council members since we're on the dais and acting in our positions as city council members, or if there are lawsuits against city council and individual city council members, will the legal department make us fund that on our own?
First of all, good evening. Andrea Zellman, acting city attorney. You know, again, the case law you're referring to and the case law we relied upon in the decision to not defend Councilman Dingfelder when he was sued was in the specific instance where a city council member was sued individually, and the question was, you know, was he acting within the course and scope of his employment and for a public purpose? And that's what the case law turns on. It's, I keep saying this over and over again, it's extremely rare for council members to be sued in their individual capacity. And certainly I can't imagine an instance in which council members would be sued individually for having voted on a resolution. So I'm not even sure it's applicable here.
Could you just sell, because
I really want to think about that. I don't want to opine today whether if you pass this resolution versus that resolution.
because your predecessor went so far as to tell me, I don't know my colleagues, your predecessor went so far to say that if I took the advice, or if we took the advice of the city council attorney, that the city legal department would not defend us. And in this case, legal department has looked at this. There are 3 recommendations. But if the legal department, here we are on the dais and it's all of us working together, if we vote on this and we get sued collectively or individually and the legal department says, oh no, you know, we're just not going to defend, then just so the public knows, the same thing that happened with Andrew Warren is happening in the city, but it's coming from the mayor and her staff. And so it's a vicious attack against democracy. And so here we're trying to represent the public, and I want to make sure that there's some level of protection for my colleagues and I.
What I would suggest, you know, sort of like in other instances, when city council acts against the advice of council, they lose certain protections. For instance, they become subject to the possibility of being sued under federal 1983 action. I can't remember the exact site. Certainly, it would be our suggestion that you approve the resolution that was drafted by us. It's not our advice that you approve the resolution that was drafted by the Democratic Socialists of America. Again, I'm uncomfortable opining today. You know, could you be sued if you adopted one? You know, if you adopted that, and if so, you know, no, I'm not standing up here to say that if you adopt the other one, we won't help you, we won't protect you, but to do that analysis of whether the city should be liable for your legal defense, again, we suggest that you adopt the one that we drafted. Megan was very careful to include language that she felt you could do, that you could comfortably adopt, that wasn't somehow contrary to law, that had protections in it for you, frankly. And that was sort of, part of her analysis. Some of the things in the Democratic Socialists we think go a little outside the lines and just raise concerns for us. So that is our advice.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me put you on the spot.
Councilman
Thank
Miranda.
you. I believe colleague Carlson said a lot and means a lot, and I think his questions were all proper. However, he talked about someone that's close, that works with him, that so forth and so on. The problem, everyone in life, if you're married long enough, you have any kind of family, sooner or later, somebody's going to end up having an abortion. And my wife experienced that back in 1964, 65, where she had one child in, and the doctor on the 5th month told her, the baby is dead, we have to go have an abortion. There's where it starts. The next thing we know, we're in the hospital. They're doing through the tests to do the abortion the next day in the morning. And the hospital says, we cannot do the abortion. And the reason was that she had 2 fetuses. One was 5 months old, the other one was 3 months old. So she had to wait. I felt bad and terrible. How do you think she felt? She had to stay until the infection of the 5-month-old killed the infection of the 3-month-old. And I have all records of that. So in today's modern time, maybe they could have done some surgical procedure where one would have been taken out and the other one would have lived. But that wasn't the case then. So I understand what you're saying, but I have a feeling at times that I have to stick. I'm willing to make a compromise, but this that the city wrote is what they want to defend, and because it's proper to the wording. If a resolution has some value as far as euphoric feeling, what difference does it make? However, it makes a difference if you're going to have to go out there and legally protect yourself. And the legal department is more concerned about the protection, as they should be, because they're protecting not only you and I, but the other 400,000 people in the city. And that's what I'm saying. And I agree with what Mr. Carlton said.
Any other further comments? Councilman Goods, you're recognized.
When you work for government and you're in management or administrative position, you're taught class 101, you protect the city at all costs. Right, wrong, and different. You protect the house. And Mr. Carlson, you have great questions. This council has been told certain things about what the city will do for us and what they won't do for us. And we all have issues of how that office has kind of ran a little bit. I know I have. But this is Ms. Newcomb's opinion. She's done her research to where she feels will protect the city. And again, we have to look at that advice. Or do we say, well, we're the council, it's your job to defend us with the decision we make versus another resolution? So that's the decision we're faced with, gentlemen. Do we go with 1 or do we go with 2? And then the chips fall where they may if somebody wants to challenge it. But again, I say it's just a resolution. But again, that's up to every council member's decision, their discretion, how they will vote. But again, it's legal's job to protect the house. That's all I have to say on that.
Any other comments or questions? My statements are not meant to offend anybody, but I heard a lot of speakers at this podium mention Tallahassee, mention the leaders in Tallahassee. One of my colleagues said, it's none of my business, and it's not. What a woman wants to do with her business is between her and her doctor. It's none of my business. The feds and Tallahassee have now made it my business. A woman has the right to privacy. Now, if anybody in Tallahassee you do not feel that they're doing their job or has offended you by the actions that they have taken against abortion, I ask you, don't vote for them. Goes all the way to the top. State representatives that didn't speak out about it. State senators that didn't speak out about it. We also have people that are against abortion. Then again, ask them. Free birth control. You don't like abortion? Get free birth control. There has been many ordinances that the city council has enacted. Apprenticeship, clean energy, that even before they were voted on, Tallahassee was writing preemption about it. An ordinance will be passed tonight. Just which one is this?
A resolution.
Resolution, excuse me. A resolution is going to be passed tonight. It just decides, I'm hoping that this council will pick one. What is the pleasure of council?
I'll take a stab.
I've already had Councilman Maniscalco. You raised your hand. Councilman Maniscalco.
All right, then I make a motion that we accept what the legal department has provided us.
Second.
Hang on one second. We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Any discussion? Councilwoman Hurtak, you are recognized.
I will not be voting for this because I don't think this protects us enough. And honestly, I would just rescind it, but I really feel like everyone and all the citizens need to hear how people feel. I don't think this goes far enough. I think that saying that we're not going to appropriate funds and make it the lowest priority is pretty simple, and I believe that the mayor's already said that she agrees with us. I think that taking out or adding in except as may be required by state or federal law just makes this even less of a teeth-producing thing than the fact that the resolution doesn't really do anything anyway. To me, this takes the entire point out, and if that's the pleasure of council, that's fine, but I will not be voting for it.
Any other discussion? Councilman Carlson.
Council Member Hurtak, would you be, keeping in mind that this is a resolution, not an ordinance, would you accept leaving number 2 and 3 in, but just adding that line? It's what, in reality, that's what we would do anyway. The legal department would never let us vote for any specific ordinance or funding issue that broke state or federal law. So it seems it's redundant, but if they want that in there, it seems like at a minimum we should add that in.
And I respect that, but no, I won't vote for that.
I'm not going to vote for something that I know that the legal department is willing to do whatever they can to sustain the vote of this council. And I appreciate what Ms. Hurtak has done. I appreciate the strength that she has in sticking to her guns, but there's got to be a compromise. I think when you don't do that, it's just the same people that we hired to run the legal department and give advice to us, and we're going to tell them, we're not going to listen to you, we're going to listen to me or somebody else. And that's just not the way I do business. So it's a business, it's a tough decision. I believe, let me put it this way, I'm not a liberal and I'm not a conservative. I just believe in what I believe is right. And you don't find too many of us in the middle. So I don't, in fact, I changed some laws by myself. I don't want to brag on myself. So when you have a problem, I went to court, did it myself. That was the right to run for office without money. 1972, Miranda versus Florida. So if you don't think I got guts, go try that.
Councilman Goods, you're recognized.
You know, people do things because of conviction sometimes. Obviously, Councilwoman Hurtak has strong convictions about what she's presented. And I respect that, because I've never been a coward. I think you're not one either. So I respect that, because I can't stand a coward. But on one hand, Ms. Miranda is right about compromise sometimes. And I don't know if Ms. Newcomb is amenable, or maybe Councilman Hurtak will look at possibly adding the portion of except required state law in your brief. But I understand your conviction. I understand your heart, because people do things because they've had experiences. I do think sometimes to get things moving through the door, just to get it going and come back maybe with an ordinance if we can, I think it'd be a great starting point. Ms. Newcomb, if Councilwoman Hurtak were to be humble enough to look at that, would that be amenable to legal to add the exception into the second brief?
You're referring to what Councilman Carlson suggested. That would be better. I mean, I respect each and every one of your opinion and position. I think we all understand where we all are coming from. What I'm giving you is my legal opinion, solely my legal opinion, and you all are free to do with it what you may. That would be better than the current Democratic Socialists of America version, yes. Would that be as rock solid as I would like as an attorney? No.
Well, I guess, Councilwoman, I know you just made a statement before, but I would ask again, would you take a friendly amendment?
No.
All right.
No, I'm sorry, but I won't.
All right.
Councilman, are you finished, Councilman Good?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Carlson, you are recognized.
Yeah, just one thing. I don't think anybody's done this intentionally, but you, when you just referred to what I would call Councilmember Hurtak's proposal, you called it the Democratic Social Group. I know that they gave it to her, helped her with it, but it's her proposal. And I think I've seen the legal department in the past make statements like that or put labels on things that bias it. I don't know whether it's intentional or unintentional, but I would just ask the legal department to be careful with the nomenclature, because it's Council Member Hurtak's proposal. But I don't, 6 men can't vote for something that the one woman on council doesn't vote for.
Right.
So the only choice is we either all vote for her initiative or Councilmember Hurtak, if you want to ask for a continuance, if you want us to, I don't know what the vote would be, but if it looks like your proposal is not going to get voted in tonight, if it was me, I would say let's continue it to another time, so that the problem, so everybody knows, is we're not allowed to talk to each other. We can't let if knowing that there were two versions, we can't call her up and say we like one version versus another. The only time we can discuss it, because of sunshine law, which I agree with, is here. But it's difficult to have these conversations. So the choice is we either, if Councilmember Hurtak won't vote for the legal department's opinion, it sounds like there's not enough votes, and instead of voting something down, which I think would be a bad signal to the community, then I would suggest continue it.
Well, it's not gonna change, so we might as well put it for, like Mr. Carlson said, for a week or whatever it is to get it.
No, I mean, if I may. Two things. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, but number two is maybe, and this is why I voted no originally on the motion to have this continue, was to, out of respect to Councilwoman Hurtak, which we all have, all of us have, by the way. I don't mean that anybody doesn't. We all have tremendous respect. And that this may be another time to consider that motion if need be. Just my thoughts, but.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm not changing my stance. I'm not going to rescind it, and I'm not going to vote for it.
All right, and I have the motion on the floor to accept the legal department's draft.
We have a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda.
In fact, we can go further. I'm fine with making the compromise and just leaving the section 2, except as may be required by state and federal law. That's it. I'm willing to make that compromise in my vote. I can't talk about the others. And forget the other two. Let it go the way it is on her side.
That would be adding number 2 and 3 back into the legal department's version.
Right.
And this is the third time you've asked me to do that, and I respectfully decline.
That's fine. I recline the other one also.
Motion to accept the legal department's resolution.
That's on the, that's been seconded by myself, so there's a motion on the
Yes,
floor.
I was waiting for all discussion.
I understand.
There's a motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Roll call vote.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Herzog,
No.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
No.
Vieira,
Yes.
and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Herzog and Goods voting no.
We will take a 5-minute recess. Yes.
Muted.
Maniscalco.
Here.
Hurtak. Goods.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
And Citro.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
And I am told that Councilman Vieira has got a little tickle in his throat, so he is going to be via Zoom or via the internet from his office. And let the record reflect that Councilman Carlson is now with us. Yes, let's.
No, I think it would be helpful to have a motion just acknowledging that Councilman Vieira can participate remotely for the remainder of the meeting.
And then we would have to take roll call votes from
Right.
them. Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there any opposed? Thank you. File number E2022-8, Chapter 20.
To open all public
Thank you. These things just roll right off your tongue. File number E2022-8, Chapter 27.
Good evening, Council. Eric Cotton, Building Coordination. I'm here on items 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2 and 3, if you can consider them, though they are separate ordinances, if you could partially consider them as one overall thought process. They're privately initiated text amendments from the Tampa Downtown Partnership to the Central Business District requirements for parking and some other items I'll get into, and the Channel District requirements for parking.
Mr. Cotton, we can hear them all at once, but there'll have to be two different motions made
For
on them,
items 2 and
correct?
3, yes, sir.
Any objection from council members? Mr. Cotton?
Okay. So this was part of the January cycle. These were workshopped in April at the growth management workshop we did at the end of April and earlier this year. Two requests, again, one is for the Central Business District, which is sections 27-181 through 27-185. Modify vehicular access requirements on various street types, reduce the required parking ratios across the board for uses in the Central Business District. And there's some additional standards for transportation modes such as bikes and shared parking and such. So some multimodal uses. There's also amending some of the special use requirements, requiring for the Central Business District, you won't need a special use to do drive-in windows. And those are going to be in the CBD section specifically of the code. And that's for the Central Business District. For the Channel District, it's sections 27-196 to 27-210. Consolidates the parking table and the use table are separate, is putting them into one table, mimicking what's in the Central Business District. And again, it's reducing the uses required, the number of required parking spaces for the different uses within the CD zoning district. Karen Kress is here. If you have any questions for her, do you have any questions for staff?
Any questions or comments for staff?
I don't know if you want to hear from Karen.
Ms. Kress?
Good evening, Council. Back in April, we
Ms.
had
Kress, can you please state your name?
Sorry, Karen Kress, Tampa Downtown Partnership. I'm the applicant in this, and back in April, we had a workshop on this where I gave you a presentation to outline it. I'm happy to go through that again, or I can just stand for any questions or comments.
Any comments or questions for Ms. Kress? Thank you.
Thank you.
If you are prepared, you just have to read each one of the ordinances, but this is for first reading consideration.
Do we have any public comments to agenda item number 2 or 3?
No registered speakers.
Second.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Councilman Miranda, would you like to take agenda item number 2?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number E2022/8, Chapter 27. Move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, relating to the Central Business District, making revision to the city of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 27, zoning and land use development, amending section 27/132, regulation governing individual special uses, amending section 27-181.5, waterfront overlay, sidewalk design regulations, amending section 27/182, public realm and public realm zones standards, amending chapter 27/183, general district development standards, amending section 27/184, official schedule of permitted principal accessories and special use, required off-street parking ratios by use, amending section 27/184.1, miscellaneous use standards, amending section 27/185, general parking design standards, parking in lieu calculation and payment, fences, amending section 27/185.1, off-street surface parking design standards, amending section 27/185.2, parking compliance, alternative compliance in lieu calculation and payment, repealing all ordinances or part of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Goods. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Vieira, Maniscalco.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hurtak. Carlson.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak being absent of vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 1st, 2022 at 10:30 a.m.
Councilman Goods, will you please read agenda item number 3?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. File number E2022-8CH27. Order presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida relating to Channel District, making revisions of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinance, Chapter 27, Zoning and Land Development, amending Section 27-198, official schedule of permanent principal, accessory, and special uses, amending Section 27-199, official schedule of dismissal, regulations, deleting Section 27-200, parking requirements, repealing all ordinance or parts of ordinance in conflict with, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Miranda. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Hurtak. Carlson.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried with Hurtak being absent of vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 1st, 2022 at 10:30 a.m.
I would like to take this time to thank everybody that was involved in this for their help. Especially thank you to Ms. Kress for making this possible. All right, thank you. Agenda item number 4, file number E2022-8, section 23-.5 and E2022-8, chapter 27. Mr. Cotton.
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. These are both publicly initiated text amendments. Again, they were discussed at the April 28th workshop. The first one is for food trucks. As you may be aware, the state preempted us from requiring additional permits. They used to be a special use, as in we treated them as a vendor. The state preempted us and made food trucks permitted uses basically anywhere in the state. So we have developed language to address specifically the food trucks. We are mimicking, it's under 2743, we're mimicking the language for the definition that the state uses. We're making them specified uses. Up on the screen are the requirements. These are the same ones that we discussed at the public hearing or at the workshop in April. Basically, from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., no sound, no illuminated signage, no freestanding signs, can't take up parking spaces or park yourself in the landscape buffer, no seats or tables for patrons, maximum length of food trucks, which is the standard size of a food truck. You have to meet the underlying setbacks, and you have to comply. The 27283.5 is the visibility requirements under the transportation section of chapter 27. Any questions for you?
Any questions or comments? No, sir. Any public comment?
No registered speakers for this item.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilwoman Hurtak, would you take agenda item number 4?
Sure. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida relating to food trucks, making revisions to City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23.5, Supplemental Enforcement Procedures, amending Section 23.5-5, Schedule of Violations and Penalties, and Chapter 27, Zoning and Land Development, amending Section 27-43, Definitions, amending Section 27-156, Official Schedule of District Regulations, amending Section 27-171, District Regulations for M.AP Airport Compatibility Districts, amending Section 27-184, Official Schedule of Permitted Principal, Accessory, and Special Uses, Required Off-Street Parking Ratios by Use, amending Section 27-198, Official Schedule of Permitted Principal, Accessory, and Special Uses, amending Section 27-211.8, Schedule of Permitted Uses by District, amending Section 27-212.4, Schedule of Allowable, Permitted, and Prohibited Uses by District, creating Section 27-282.30, Food Trucks, repealing all ordinances or part of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Motion made by Councilwoman Hurtak, seconded by Councilman Goods. Roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Viera.
Yes.
Maniscalco. And Cedro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 1st, 2022 at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you. Agenda item number 5, file number 2022-8, chapter 27.
Eric Cotton, Development Coordination. This is an amendment to, again, the state preempted us on regulating home occupations. We have now changed the term to home-based business. This is the revised definition. Basically, it's basically an occupation conducted as an accessory use in a dwelling unit that is clearly incidental and accessory to the residential use. The highlighted changes to the code, the state preempted us from regulating some things, but not everything, so what has not been preempted, we're still regulating. What has been changed is you can now have outside employees who do not live at the dwelling unit work there. You can have contracted employees off-site. You can park commercial vehicles to a point at there as long as they're meeting our codes, which, you know, if you recall, 2 weeks ago, we did have some language, or last week, we did have some language regarding commercial vehicles, so those are being addressed. And we will allow walk-up retail transactions because that's just something the state allows for. There is a change into the ordinance that council has to item number 7. So if you were inclined to approve this, if you can make it with this change. Item number 7, right now we have reads, no commodity shall be sold on the premise nor displayed or warehoused on the premise for sale elsewhere. We're asking that you strike the word sold on the premise nor, because, sold on the premise, because the code would allow you to, we can still regulate it and say you can't use your house as a warehouse to sell your product at a third location. So that we can still regulate, so that language needs to be a little bit cleared up, and if you're inclined to approve the text amendment as presented, if you could make that motion to include the changes to item number 7.
Any questions for Mr. Cotton?
Is that item number 7, Mr.?
Item number 7 on the previous list.
Oh, okay.
Right, this one just. Oh, so there's a section on the code it's section number 10, 27-282.5, which is, we currently have that on our code for home occupations, now we're changing that to home-based business, and that's where the regulations will be for home-based business regulations.
May I ask one question, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. Councilman Miranda, you're recognized.
Vehicles and trailers must be parked according to city zone. Can you compliment the council by saying at what part? I believe there's one where you can park it at the even of the house as long as it's on the side of the house.
Correct. So this is going to be for commercial,
Right.
for commercial businesses. They will have to park in accordance with the code that changed that y'all considered last
I
week.
want to make sure we know.
Yes. And you're having second reading, I believe, next Thursday on that section of the code. But yes, you won't be able to park it in your driveway with a 2-ton pickup truck. Or a big commercial vehicle. That still won't be
I want
allowed.
to make that clear.
Correct.
Thank
Anything else?
Is there anyone public, to make public comments?
No
on this?
registered speakers for this item.
Move to close.
Motion made by Councilman Good, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilman Maniscalco, would you please read agenda item number 5?
And this ordinance being presented for first,
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just wanted, Susan Johnson, Velez Legal Department, if you could, as you're reading the title of the ordinance, and when you get to section 27-282.5, if you could include with the changes to be made as read by Mr. Cotton
for
between
number,
first and
section
second.
7, correct?
Section 10, number 7.
Section 10,
Well,
number
it's-
7.
Right, it's code section 27-282.5.
Yes.
The change to that section is read into the record by Mr. Cotton.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very much. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida relating to legislative changes regarding home-based businesses, making revisions to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 27, Zoning and Land Development, amending Section 27-43, Definitions, amending Section 27-132, Regulations, governing individual space, special uses, amending Section 27-156, Official Schedule of District Regulations, amending Section 27-177, Historic District Established, amending Section 27-184, Official Schedule of Permitted Principal, Accessory, and Special Uses, Required Off-Street Parking Ratios by Use, amending Section 27-198, Official Schedule of Permitted Principal, Accessory, and Special Uses, amending Section 27-211.8, Schedule of Permitted Uses by District, amending Section 27-212.4, Schedule of Allowable, Permitted, and Prohibited Uses by District, amending Section 27-282.5, as mentioned by Mr. Cotton here, and that would be Section 10, number 7. Home occupations, amending Section 27-283.7, number of off-street parking spaces, providing for a repeal of all ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goods. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Hurtak,
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 1st, 2022 at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you, Council.
Mr. Cotton. At this time, we are entering into our quasi-judicial proceedings. If I may have everyone rise that is going to be giving any testimony tonight to be sworn in. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 6, file number REZ 22-28.
Thanks so much, Council. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 6, case REZ 22-28. This being presented for first reading consideration at the location 407 North Manhattan Avenue. Proposed rezoning from RS50 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family attached. I'll now pass it along to our Planning Commission.
Good evening, Emily Phelan with the Planning Commission. The subject site is within the West Shore Planning District, and more specifically, the West Shore Palms neighborhood. The closest transit stop is located within a half-mile west of the subject site at the intersection of West Shore Boulevard and Gray Street. Charles B. Williams Park is the closest recreational facility located 2 blocks southeast of the subject site, and the site is located within Level B evacuation zone. Here is an aerial of the subject map of the subject site. The site is outlined in purple right here. It's located at the southeast corner of the intersection of West Gray Street and North Manhattan Avenue. This site is 1 block north of the West Shore Business Center, which ends right here, and 3 blocks east of the West Shore Plaza Mall, which is over here just outside of the aerial. To the east and south of the subject site are single-family detached uses, apartments, and townhouses. To the north and west are single-family detached uses. Here's the adopted future land use map. The subject site is again outlined in purple, and it is in the residential 20 designation represented by the light brown color. The subject site is surrounded by residential 20 on all sides, and further to the south and the east is the dark brown color and is residential 35 designation. Planning Commission staff reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The comprehensive plan encourages single-family attached uses to be limited to the periphery of established single-family neighborhoods. The request will continue to maintain the stability of existing areas while expanding opportunities for housing choices, which is supported by the plan. This portion of North Manhattan Avenue between West Fig Street and West Gray Street has a density of 5.66 units per acre. This portion of West Gray Street between North Lauber Way and North Hubert Avenue has a density of 8.45 units per acre. This is below the density anticipated under the residential 20 designation and can be considered underdeveloped. The PD proposes an overall density of 19.04 units per acre and meeting that density by entering into a bonus provision agreement. The proposed density is below the density anticipated under the residential 20 designation. This request supports many policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to the housing of the city's population. The comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. Due to the presence of single-family attached uses in the immediate surrounding area and the site surrounded by residential 20, Planning Commission staff finds the request comparable and compatible with the surrounding area and is consistent with the development pattern encouraged under the residential 20 designation. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any comments? Thank you.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. As I'll show the overhead view of the property, I'll speak more to it. Zoom on in. You'll see the property is here outlined in red with West Gray Street to the north. You have North Manhattan running north and south to the west. You have North Hubert to the east, and to the south, as you'll see, you have a mix of PD, RM18, RM16 with West North B Street here to the south. The location at 407 North Manhattan Avenue has proposed rezoning from RS50, residential single family, to PD, planned development, to allow for the development of the property with residential single-family attached uses. The lot area is approximately 8,939 square feet or 0.21 acres. The subject site is currently developed with a residential single-family detached dwelling. Properties in the general area surrounding the subject site are developed with residential single-family uses, north, south, west, and east. The properties to the north are zoned PD and RM18. The lots to the south are zoned RS50, and the lots to the east are also zoned RS50, and the lots to the west are zoned RM18. The proposed project is for one residential single-family attached building, as I'll show you in the site plan to come, with a total of 4 residential dwelling units on the subject property. As you'll see here, you see the site plan. So the one building with 4 units. The setbacks here are to the north 10 feet, to the south 15 feet, east 9 feet, and to the west 16 feet. The maximum building height is proposed at 40 feet, and vehicular access coming from West Gray Street. I'll now show you the elevations on the site plan.
Zane, would you, Mr. Hussein, would you please put that back on the Elmo, and could you zoom out so I can see everything in there, please?
No problem.
Okay, great, thank you. Now,
No problem. So as you see, the vehicular access from West Gray Street is removed.
Thank you, Mr. Singh.
No problem. As I'll show you the elevations provided. Elevations to the north, south, east, and west. As I went out to the site, you'll see the pictures taken of the actual site itself, right now with one residential single-family home. Public notice sign right here in the front. Another picture of the site. You'll see more example of residential single-family attached to the north. Also to the north, you'll see Gray Street and more residential single-family attached. To the northeast, you also see more residential single-family attached running along the northeast. These are the Adagio townhomes to the east. And to the west, you see they are also building townhomes to the west. The applicant is proposing one waiver, and that is to reduce the number of parking spaces from 9 parking spaces to 8 parking spaces. Now, upon conclusion, development review and compliance staff has reviewed the case and finds the request to be inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. If it is City Council's pleasure to approve the project, the applicant must make modifications as the revision sheet states in the staff report between first and second reading. I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson, you're recognized.
Zane, I'm sorry if I missed it, but could you show us what's on the northwest corner? I saw the aerial view, but I don't remember that street exactly. What is that? It looks like a big parking lot or something?
Let's see. To the west.
To the northwest?
This is to the west. This is actually going to be, this is just a framing.
Like catacorning, like if the property's here, across the road on the other side?
To the northeast.
On the northwest? Can you put the aerial up?
Yeah.
You see that big, so look to the northwest, go up, there, right there, what is that?
Correct, those are the townhomes being built to the northwest.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Petitioner.
Good evening, Council. Steve McElhaney, representing the petitioner on this project at 407 North Manhattan. As the staff has pointed out, this is surrounded for the most part by townhouses and apartment buildings. We're requesting that this go is a 20 development units to the acre. There is a bonus provision that's being provided that's been approved and reviewed by the City of Tampa Development and the legal department. It's in an area that already is under transition. Let me show you a couple things, and Zane pointed out the one issue the transportation had, reducing the parking from 9 required to 8 being provided. The issue that we have is that it's a very shallow lot, and if you look at the pink diagrams here, the property line is right here, and you can't count the visitor parking spaces that are here, 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 and here. There's 8 being provided for the project, which is 2 enclosed within the garage space. And then there's 2 additional spaces, which you have almost 30 feet, is 29.9 feet from the edge of the building to the edge of the curb here. So we're providing the 5-foot sidewalk, so the cars that would park here would not overhang onto the sidewalk. There's 20 feet between the edge of the garage and the edge of the sidewalk. So they couldn't approve this because the 10 feet here is in the public right of way. There's a number of provisions that the Planning Commission pointed out that were consistent. We are developing or requesting to develop 4 units on this property. And we have approximately 8,900 square feet of property to develop that in. When we go through the land use criteria, it indicates that you should be compatible with the surrounding development. The Planning Commission has already pointed that out, as well as city staff, that we are consistent with that. We're not introducing a new development size or massing, and it's consistent with the Planning Commission report as well as the city staff report. And again, as I said, the only exception that we're asking for is the reduction of the visitor space, which we can't count because of dimensions of the lot. When we go back through the area and we look at it, it's in the transition area. I remember, you may recall that the Lois area north of Kennedy up to the interstate, and you saw that huge swath of properties that just south of the interstate that the Florida Department of Transportation purchased for additional transit, a corridor that could be the future multimodal station. Anyway, those are all in the plans. The ground entrances of the property do face the street as required. The automobile storage is 2 enclosed parking spaces, which is required. And I'm going through the criteria now, to promote the efficient and sustainable use of the land and the infrastructure, and it was found to be consistent with that. The property is directly south and east of is zoned for multifamily, and all around there, as I said, this is a transition area. Allow the integration of different uses and densities, and we were found to be consistent with that as well. We're seeking to provide single-family attached uses in this area, which will all be individually deeded. Acknowledge the changing needs and technologies. We've done that, and we've been found to be consistent with that, including the requirement or the encouragement to provide infill housing. And I think we've all heard the hue and cry regarding the need for additional housing. Encourage the flexibility in land development density, which reduces transportation needs. This area is within walking distance of other areas. However, we do provide the parking on the spaces on the property as required, with the exception of the visitor space. Promote and encourage development where appropriate in location and character. This proposal is compatible in the surrounding residential neighborhood and existing development pattern. Promote the more desirable living and working conditions. This also is within easy commutation with access to the interstate via West Shore and also Lois, as well as Kennedy to the south. Promote the architectural features, and we've already went through that, and we found that the size, scale, and density and massing were all consistent with what is in the surrounding area. The design of the proposed is therefore needs the need of the waiver. I think we've demonstrated that the lot, if you look at the dimensions on the site plan, Zane, can I have the site plan for a second? We have the width that's required for all of the units, but if you look at the dimensions, we're fairly shallow here. We're only, if you look at this dimension right here, it's a little over, it's almost 70 feet, which is normally on other lots without this density, it would typically have been 100 feet deep. I have talked to Jonathan Scott regarding the use of that area that parks across the property line. And that is their objection, and we're asking for consideration and being able to waive that one space with the idea that according to that diagram, we're almost, we're 20 feet from the edge of the sidewalk, which is 18 feet is normally required, but 10 of that is in the right-of-way. We're supported by the comprehensive plan, and I would refer you to their to their documents, which indicate the goals and objectives. Again, I'd like to have those received and filed and made part of this record. And I don't really want to have to read all of them, but it's land use objective 2.1, 2.1.2, 4.1, 4.3.6, 8.14, 8.141, 8.142, objective overall residential development, 9.2, 9.21, 9.26, 9.35, 9.38, land use single family areas objectives, 9.5, 9.51, 9.53, adequate sites to accommodate housing and infill, 1.3, 1.31, 1.33, 1.34. The attached single-family development is encouraged in the residential 20 designation. More specifically, the comprehensive plan generally encourages single-family attached units limited to the periphery of these neighborhoods. However, this is surrounded by other multifamily areas that are already in this area, so we're not introducing a new style or development. The Planning Commission found it consistent. The city found it inconsistent because of the one parking space waiver. We're respectfully requesting your approval. Also, with all of the notices that went out, we did not receive any calls, emails, or messages regarding any concerns or opposition to this request. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? Is there anybody in the public in chambers who would like to make public comment to file number REZ 22-28, agenda item number 6?
No registered speakers for this item.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? May we have a roll call vote, please?
You gotta read. No?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Actually, Councilman Vieira, do you feel comfortable?
I do feel comfortable, sir, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you, sir. I forward an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 407 North Manhattan Avenue, City of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50, residential single family, the PD, planned development residential single family attached, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Miranda.
Yes.
Hurtak.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 15, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you very much. Councilman Maniscalco, will you please
Yeah.
take the gavel in file number AB 221-32. I find in abundance of caution that I need to recuse myself as I am a member of this club. Thank you.
Mr. Hussein.
Thanks so much. Hussein Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 8, case AB 221-32. This is being heard for first reading consideration for a special use 2 for alcoholic beverage sales, large venue consumption on premises only. This is for the request for beer, wine, and liquor at the location 601 North 19th Street. I'll now go ahead and show the aerial view of the property. As you see the property here outlined in red. To the north you have the interstate, also Ybor. To the west, you have industrial, also across the waterway, you have Channelside. To the south, you have more industrial, and to the east, you have the interstate and more industrial out there. Now, the proposed use is for a club. The indoor space will be 6,610 square feet on the first floor and 2,170 square feet on the second floor. Outdoors, you'll have 2,173 square feet for a total AB sales area of 10,953 square feet. As you'll see, I'll show you the site plan. Zoom out a little bit. You'll see vehicular access comes from North 19th Street. Now the required parking. The required parking is for 122 spaces, and the applicant is providing 86 parking spaces, which will require a waiver. The proposed hours of operation will be consistent with Chapter 14. Now for the proposed waivers, we have two. Section 27-283.7 to reduce the required parking from those 122 required spaces to the 86. And then the second one, as I had mentioned to the north, you had Ybor, but also along to the north, you also have a Citgo gas station up there, which is 965 feet away, which requires a waiver of not being 1,000 feet. I'll show you the second page.
Yeah, rough right.
I'll show you the second page here. As you'll see, the second floor being proposed. And also, I'll zoom in, and you can see the elevations provided by the applicant. Northwest, southwest, southeast, and northeast views of the site. As I went out to the site, the pictures I took. On North 19th Street right here, you'll see the interstate and also Ybor on the other side of the interstate. To the west, the industrial we talked about. To the south, more industrial. The subject site itself, we have the sign of the cavalry Rough Riders. And also another view of the site, you'll see the Rough Riders sign and the public notice in the front. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request to be inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code and ordinances. Now, if approved by council, minor modifications must be made to the site plan as stated on the revision sheet. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for the gentleman? Nope. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, sir, go ahead.
I'm Richard Califano, Board of Directors for the Rough Riders.
I'm Joseph Dato. I'm the current Vice President of Rough Riders. I'll be the President next year and also the Rough Rider attorney.
So just a couple of things for clarification. This here is the original ordinance from December of '89 approved by City Council that gave us the wet zoning we currently have in the small upstairs area that Mr. Hussein was pointing out. And we currently do have a club license only for that area, and that's exactly what we're going to maintain. We have no interest in expanding it other than expanding our footprint. It's not going to be open to the public or things like that. At the time in '89 when we had that, we probably had about 50 members, so that worked for us. Now we've got about 550. So even if only 10% of our members show up and want to bring a guest, we just can't simply fit into that space any longer. Just a couple of points. This is what the upstairs currently looks like here. This is the upstairs bar and a couple of pool tables. You can see it's rather small. And this is the downstairs area we're proposing to be added. It's looking to the east, and this is looking to the west in there. The only other things I would add before I pass it on to Mr. Dotto is some of what we do in the community. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. One of our main things is the collection and distribution of teddy bears throughout Tampa Bay, especially to children, women in hospitals. This is a teddy bear run where we deliver them. That's at St. Joseph's. We are doing the same thing here at the Lavoie Exceptional Center School. And our collections at Kindness Day down with News Channel 8. We also support and are the largest supplier of manpower to Special Olympics, Hillsborough County. I'll turn it over to Joe in case he has anything to say or anyone has any questions.
I think Rick has kind of summed up everything I was going to say. Basically, we are a large organization. We're now 570 members, and we just need more space. Obviously, we have a lot of meetings during the week and different committees. They're all devoted to fundraising, and the upstairs bar is used by one, and we need another downstairs. Really, that's our idea. There was the old Spacola hardware building. It started out as a warehouse, and we took it over as a clubhouse with just using the upstairs as a bar, but now we've decided we really need to grow. That really became apparent during the COVID social distancing restrictions. We had to limit the number of people that could come to our meetings, and so we decided we really need to move this downstairs. We're asking that you support our application.
Any questions? Anybody in the public have any, here for public comment on this item, item number 8?
No registered speakers for this item.
Can I get a motion to close? Motion to close from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember Carlson, item number 8.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move file number AB2-21-32, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcoholic beverage sales, large venue consumption on premises only, and making lawful the sale of beverages regardless of alcoholic content, beer, wine, and liquor on that certain lot, plot, or tract of land located at 601 North 19th Street, Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 3, providing that all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict are repealed, repealing ordinance number 1989-306, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Miranda. Is it true that your founder is Charlie Spacola?
Yes.
Former
City Council.
This would be our founder here, still supporting us at one of the parades.
86 years old, 84 years old.
Yep.
And that has no bearing on your vote, right?
No. It's just a little history thing. So.
He also is a former president of the Italian Club and
Yep.
a few other things.
No.
No, I'm not. Citro.
You have to be somebody important to be a member.
Very important. A roll call vote?
Carlson?
Yes.
Goods?
Yes.
Viera?
Yes.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Miranda? Hurtak?
Yes.
And Citro. Motion carried with Citro abstaining. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 15, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Yes, sir. Item number 13.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 13, case REZ 22-54. This is being presented for first reading consideration at the location 1505 East Comanche Avenue and folio number 150-327.0050. Proposed rezoning from SHRS Seminole Heights Residential Single Family to SHPD Seminole Heights Planned Development Residential Single Family Attached. I'll now pass it along to our Planning Commission.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. First, I need to make a correction on the record. The map included in the Planning Commission staff report was missing a folio number. So I'm going to place on the Elmo the corrected map. That this was pointed out to me by the applicant, and so we did correct that map to make sure that that eastern folio was included. So I appreciate that, and I apologize for any confusion or the error. So this is located in the Central Tampa Planning District in the Seminole Heights Urban Village. Giddens Park is the closest public recreational facility. It's about 0.33 miles southwest of the site. It is not within an evacuation zone, and there is transit at the corner of East Hillsborough Avenue and North 15th Street, served by Hart Route 34. So there's actually, this is a Walmart shopping center to the east of the site. We have gas stations and commercial uses along East Hillsborough. And then as one moves north of East Hillsborough, and this is North 15th Street here, it turns into more of a single-family detached development pattern. So the future land use is residential 10. That red color directly to the east of the site is community commercial 35. That's where the Walmart is and where a lot of those commercial uses are. So as you can see, the subject site is butting right up against a future land use that allows for those commercial uses. That's also the predominant land use along the East Hillsborough corridor. And then that orange color, the residential 10, is the single family detached typically, and that's in the surrounding neighborhood. So the request is for single family attached townhomes. In the residential 10 designation, it does provide a little bit of leeway, saying that attached townhomes can be considered if they can mitigate their impacts on the neighborhood. And there's LU policy 9.3.5, also kind of solidifying that. So Planning Commission staff did find that it was consistent with the underlying future land use designation. Residential 10 doesn't allow townhomes in all areas, but in this area, given its proximity to the commercial corridor and the somewhat of an edge of a neighborhood, the Planning Commission staff found that it was comparable and compatible to the surrounding development pattern. It is at a density of 9.75 units per acre, so that is in line with the density anticipated under the residential 10 future land use designation. And the design is proposing front porches and sidewalks, and we found that that was really similar to the single-family detached uses in the surrounding area. And again, it meets all of those housing policies. We're putting more housing on vacant and underutilized land to provide for Tampa's growing population, which is what the comprehensive plan supports. So I'm available for any questions. I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Malone? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zane Hussein. Development Coordination, case REZ 22-54. I'll go ahead and show the site plan first. Overhead view of the property you can see here. You have East Comanche to the north, East Mohawk Avenue to the south. To the east here you have a Walmart Supercenter, and to the to the west you have North 15th Street. I'll also show an in-depth view of the site plan. The proposed development is for 18 residential single-family attached dwelling units, all here, 18. The subject lot area is approximately 80,378 square feet, or 1.845 acres. Currently, there is a residential single-family use structure there at this time, which will be demolished and townhomes will take its place if approved. I'll now go ahead and show the aerial view. As you see the big Walmart to the east here. So to the north and the west are zoned SHRS, and they have residential single-family uses. To the east is SHRS and SHCI, which has the residential single-family as well as the retail center Walmart. The property to the south is zoned SHCI and is developed with a medical office. And for the maximum building height, the applicant is proposing to have 35 feet or 2 stories be proposed to be developed. Now, vehicular access. Vehicular access, as I'll show you the site plan one more time. There are 2 points of vehicular access here. So from East Comanche access, and also from East Mohawk Avenue, you have access to the site. Setbacks. To the north is 25 feet, to the south 31 feet, east 19 feet, and west 11 feet. The applicant is required to have 36 parking spaces here, and the site plan shows that the applicant meets this requirement by providing 41 parking spaces. I'll show the elevations provided by the applicant on the site plan. You have the north elevation. You have the south elevation. And then you have the east and the west elevation. As I went out to the site, you'll see what currently stands. Site to the east, you have the residential behind the trees. To the north, you have residential, single family. The site as is, you see the residential single family home that currently resides there. Site to the west. And sites to the northwest. Residential, single family. The applicant is requesting 4 waivers. So we have 2 from natural resources, you have 1 from urban design, and you also have 1 from development coordination. Upon review of the site and the case, City Council staff for the development review and compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the overall request to be consistent with the Land Development Code. Now, after the pleasure of City Council, if you approve it, the applicant must provide revisions by the revision sheet between first and second reading. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for Mr. Hussein? Petitioner.
Good evening, Council. Clayton Bricklemeyer, freshly with the law firm of Hillward Henderson, 101 East Kennedy. I am happy to be bringing you this project. The meat of this presentation will be provided by Adam Wolf, who is the principal in Wolf Partners and the architect for the project. And then I'm going to wrap up, and he's going to plug in so you get multimedia.
Bear with me for a second. Good evening, Council. Adam Wolf, 5602 West Lime Valley Avenue. I'm here with my partner, Josh Nicholson. We also have Clayton, who you just heard from. And we have Ricky Pederica, our arborist, who is available via remote, I believe. And David Fuchson is our civil engineer, who is not able to join us this evening. I'm going to try to keep this brief. I know everybody's been here for a while, and Zane did a very good job of laying out the proposed project. I did want to make mention of the existing zoning that exists around this site. We have the Walmart and the heavier commercial and higher intensity of use to the south and the east, and then also the mixed use 35 to the southwest. What we're proposing is a single family attached use, which we think is an appropriate buffer between these heavier and more intense uses to the south and the east as we transition to the more single family detached vernacular to the north and the west. And And here we have a more legible, I hope, site plan, 18 units, 2 stories, and we're also adding 5 extra visitor spots that are not required by code because there's concern in the neighborhood that street parking might become an issue, and we wanted to take note of the reality that there will be guests here, and although it's not required, we think that it's a nice amenity to have for the folks who live in the community and then also in the surrounding properties. I'd like to walk through some of the design objectives that drove our site plan here. We were aiming to retain as many grand trees as possible, especially the ones that were in good health and had a long lifespan ahead of them. So you can see here that there are 7 grand trees that are retained, and we worked around those to make sure that we weren't going to disrupt those grand trees that are really beautiful on the site. We also wanted to maintain the street front is a lot of single-family homes to the north and the west, and rather than have a bunch of curb cuts coming off of Comanche and Mohawk, we wanted to make sure that that vehicular circulation was protected from the street and the pedestrian experience, so that we have rear-loaded garages for all of the units and just one main spine of circulation for vehicles throughout the site. And we also included the front porches, which is something that you find around Seminole Heights, and it's really pleasing. We know that it's a very tight-knit community of folks, and that ability to interact with your neighbors and, you know, get to know them, I think is something really important. So we wanted to make sure that we faced all of our units as much as possible towards the street and provide those outdoor spaces for community interaction. So this is going to look different than the elevations that are in the PD application. We have spent more time and refined the design since then. That was more of a placeholder, but our general intent was looking around Seminole Heights and seeing the character of those buildings. There's quite an eclectic mix of styles, but I think predominantly it's of the craftsman bungalow style. So we took that inspiration and tried to adapt it into a craftsman bungalow townhouse. But rather than doing a kind of copy and paste exercise where every unit's the same, we tried to reflect the nature of the Seminole Heights community by providing different unit types and different facade and roofline expressions to better fit in and coalesce with the surrounding buildings in the Seminole Heights neighborhood. And here's a virtual idea of what it would feel like to be in this neighborhood. This is coming off of Mohawk. Excuse me. As we go into the site, heading north, northeast, we've got 3 separate buildings over here. We have some green space and guest parking in this area. And then as we work our way around back to the north towards Comanche, we have the 5th building. And I think that'll conclude the presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman?
Councilman Goods, you're recognized.
I'm trying to visualize this location. Is this the area behind the Value Pond?
No, it's coming up from the Walmart.
What's it, 1505, right? 1505
Right here.
Comanche.
Can you see our screen?
So 1505 Comanche.
Yeah, I think
east.
there is one.
It's a Value Pond.
To the south,
South?
correct. And then the Walmart's to the,
Well, almost to the east still. 'Cause
It's north of Hillsborough.
yeah, so it's north.
Yeah, so the Valley Pond's facing Hillsborough and 15th. And this
No.
is back there, north.
Well, Walmart's pretty big anyway, because Walmart really faces faces west, but it's east to east though. Yeah.
That's about
Yeah. I didn't realize that much property wooded area back there. Okay. Yeah, that's looking at Walmart Park. Okay, all right, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments, questions?
I'll just wrap up just by saying we're fine with the revisions. We really appreciate staff's work on this. We appreciate being found consistent and compatible. We would ask you all for an approval, and we have the team that Adam laid out available for questions. Oh, and we did get, I have a letter of recommendation from the Hampton Terrace Community Association that I was going to put on record. So I will hand that to Mr. Massey. And that's it, unless there are questions. Thank you.
Is there anyone in chambers that would like to make comment on agenda item number 13?
Hello, I'm Ashley Herzog. I'm a homeowner in the Old Seminole Heights area, right across from this proposed development. I am in opposition of it, given the structure of it being townhomes and is not consistent with the single-family detached homes that are there. I think the volume of homes proposed is too many for the given space and would bring high volume traffic through that area and would not be consistent with the type of community that we have today. So I would like to propose single-family homes be added there, detached. That I still want development there, just not townhomes and not 18 of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Ebersol. Ashley and I are neighbors. We live very close to each other. I am very much impacted by this property. We are essentially bordering the property on Comanche. I will say Wolf Partners, Adam and his team, been very receptive to our comments. The one main thing that I'd like to make sure that is spoken about here is just a sense of privacy. These are two-story townhomes that will be facing residential properties, making sure that there's some kind of vegetation, trees, something like that, just to block any kind of views. We've expressed that to Adam and his team, and they've been very receptive of that. Other than that, parking has been spoken about. I want to make sure that there's not a ton of street parking where maybe there's a limited amount of spaces inside could lead to parking outside on Comanche and Mohawk. So just maybe addressing that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online? Carly, you there?
Ms. Carey, please raise your right hand.
Can you hear me?
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Emel Curry, and I live directly across the street from the proposed development on Comanche Avenue. And let me first say that I am not anti-development. In fact, the property we are discussing today is in great need of being developed. However, it is important that what is placed on the property actually comports with the rest of the neighborhood. As you've heard, all of the homes facing Comanche Avenue and adjacent streets are front-facing homes. They have front doors as the main entrances, yards, and or driveways that all encourage interaction with the neighbors and the community. I have lived in different areas of Tampa, but this is the first time I have felt really connected to my neighbors, and this was facilitated by how our houses are designed. Built in a multi-family development created an enclave in the middle of an established neighborhood. These developed house properties are designed with garages and adjacent doors to the house facing the inside of the development. Most likely, this is the primary entrance for the owners and their visitors. There are porches with doors that are being identified as the front of the house, but in actuality, really functions more like the back of the house. They are facades. I do not want to walk out of my front door to see the back of another house. Now, the developers have experience with building other multi-family properties in the area that are truly aesthetically attractive and don't appear to disrupt the feel of the community. They are located in commercial and mixed areas or areas that have lots of vacant space, and this is completely appropriate. But the proposed development, I think, would make more sense if it was on the corner as some of their other properties, and not smack dab in the middle of all the single family homes. I do think the project is appropriate for the area close to Mohawk Avenue on the south of the property, which is a commercial and mixed-use area with a Walmart, a veterinarian office, and retail stores. But on the north side on the property, on Comanche Avenue, it is not in the design and function of what's currently there. There must be a way to build a development that can still profit without chopping up our neighborhood and making it a hodgepodge. I'm asking that the city and the developer, again, take some additional time to design something more compatible with the area here in Comanche. There wouldn't be any need for pass-through between Comanche and Mohawk, because townhomes will face Mohawk Avenue. If they subdivided the property, built single-family homes on the Comanche side, or even a couple of duplexes. This would maintain the integrity of our neighborhood. Again, I'm not anti-development, but there are better ways to support it.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, do you wish to speak? Is there anyone else in chambers that wants to speak to this agenda item? Sir, you'll be the last.
I just wanted to say I do support this development. Oftentimes we look at multifamily and we look at the impact of multifamily on our neighborhood.
I need your name, please, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm Khalil Majid. I'm a resident of Southeast Seminole Heights, and I own a rental property or two in Hampton Terrace.
Thank you.
What do we have? Oh yeah, so with multifamily, we kind of need density in the area to continue to help with the commercial development. It's an underutilized corridor from your Nebraska, Hillsboro corridor plan. It hasn't been updated since 2013, but this is some of the multifamily projects they spoke about, which will help skew the income levels in the area to support more commercial development, and which I try to champion. We don't have a lot of high-paying jobs in the area. We keep talking affordable housing, but not doing things to kind of increase the income levels. If you study 40th to Nebraska Avenue, I have about maybe 7 or 8 fast food chicken restaurants. Until I could get a Panera or Chick-fil-A, which are higher, they have higher wages because they don't have a dollar menu. It's still going to be a continuance of a need for affordable housing if we don't increase these income levels. And sometimes we need developments like this, while they might not be the unit count that's desirable, we just need it. And I find it to be consistent, especially with that Nebraska Hillsboro corridor plan that studied Nebraska from downtown, I believe, to 22nd Street of Hillsboro, which it does cover. Between 15th and 22nd will be where this development site is. And I think it's one that will encourage walkability. We do have a Walmart. I thought we fought very hard, East Tampa did, to get that Walmart in because it sat many years underutilized as an old car lot. But we need more. If you study it, it's one of the worst performing Walmarts in the Tampa Bay area. I need incomes in the area, and this project would definitely help it. And that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Worst performing Walmart? Walmart pack DVD. Worst.
Petitioner, any rebuttal?
Sure, Clayton Bricklemeyer again, representing the applicant. I think we would harken back, obviously we disagree about numbers and whatever. I think that what you have in front of you is an incredibly thoughtful project that manages to thread the needle between the need for some density, between the need for a transition from a Walmart parking lot, which the parking lot is on the west side, and the Value Barn rear yards, that transitions into these neighborhoods and still is respectful of their architecture and the front porch situation. I think Adam did a really nice job of laying out the advantage of this road that connects through, as opposed to doing a bunch of curb cuts and driveways. What you end up with is walkways to a sidewalk that engage the street on Comanche. So that we believe that this is a good transitional project that manages to do everything that you would want on this site. Staff agrees with that, and do you have anything you want to add?
You got it.
All right, we're available for questions.
Councilman Goods.
Saying, put up the map and the, go back over the character of that neighborhood.
The overhead aerial view?
Oh, the numbers. I want to see what the count is, that number, where we look at the makeup of that neighborhood.
Not getting too far.
It's like this, it's like moonwalking.
Guy riding a bike.
The other map, Zane.
The other map. Are you speaking of the conforming map?
Yeah, the one that has, you colored of RF50, whatever the makeup of that neighborhood is.
Understood. There would be no conforming map for this.
So the houses to the north,
I might have one that satisfies that.
Let's see.
This one?
That still wouldn't be a. It's a future land use.
so we don't have a map that pinpoints all those different houses in that neighborhood, in that general vicinity.
There's no conforming map for this case.
There's only one structure on the property.
This has the parcel lines from the planning commission, but it's still not.
Thank you, Mr. Malone, thank you.
It still wouldn't be considered a conforming map.
I just want to see what the makeup going north on the map was, because you talked about the configuration of the the townhomes, and then one lady talks about where the houses face on that street, and she's saying that the configuration of the townhomes will be their back door versus the front side of it. So I want to make sure I'm looking at what we have here.
As you see the aerial view of the whole entire site, and I'll show you the in-depth view also of the site. So if you see where these small arrows are,
So bring it down.
Can you bring that down, please?
if you see the small arrows pointing out to the proposed front doors, and to the south, you see the arrows proposed to the front doors. And then you have the two lots here, internal, which face also outside.
Okay.
And as per one of the waivers, the applicant will provide waivers for the front doors situation.
Okay. Thank you, Zay.
Any other questions?
Move to close.
We have a motion closed by Councilman Maniscalco. Didn't hear you. Seconded by Councilman Carlson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Councilman Miranda.
I'll read it, sir, see what happens here. File number 13, REZ 22-54. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property general vicinity of 1505 East Comanche Avenue and folio number 150-327.0050 in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 for zoning district classification SH/RS, Seminole Heights residential single family, to SHPD, Seminole Heights planned development residential single family attached, providing an effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion?
Chairman, before a vote, I just want to make sure that the motion includes the revisions on the
Yeah, it
revision
includes
sheet.
the revision sheet.
Roll call vote.
Herzog,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Dudes,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda, and Citro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 15, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Agenda item number 15, REZ 22-74.
much.
Mr. Hussein.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 15, case REZ 22-74. This is being presented for first reading consideration at the location 3010 and 3018 North 50th Street and folio number 158-155.0005. Proposed rezoning from CG Commercial General and RM16 Residential Multifamily to CG Commercial General. Now pass it along to our Planning Commission.
Jennifer Malone with your Planning Commission staff. I have yet another correction to make on the record. The future land use of the subject site is correct on page 2 of our staff report. It is community mixed use 35. Page 1 of our staff report incorrectly states that it's community commercial 35. I apologize for any confusion, but it is community mixed use 35. So here's an aerial of the subject site. There's a Dollar General to the north and AutoZone parts to the south. There's single family detached as one moves west from North 49th Street. We're right off of North 50th, and then to the south, there's some hotels in the surrounding area. Highland Pines Park is the closest public recreational facility. It's not within an evacuation zone. There is transit about 100 feet to the north of the subject site. And as I said before, the future land use is community mixed use 35, which is delineated with that pink color. Across the street in the red is community commercial 35. The difference between these two categories is that the pink allows commercial general uses. The red, you can do more commercial intensive uses. So that's the difference. There's pink on one side of the corridor and red on the other side of the corridor. The applicant's requesting for commercial general zoning that is consistent with this future land use category. This corridor is already primarily developed with a lot of commercial uses, so we found no compatibility concerns with that. It's obviously Euclidean request, as council knows, they'll meet the requirements in the code, but Planning Commission staff, always just likes to support the meeting any buffering from those residences that are to the west, and I'm sure the applicant will, but that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Were there any questions for Ms. Malone?
No.
Thank you.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. I'll go ahead and share the aerial view of the property. Let me zoom in a little bit. If you see the property outlined here in red. The subject properties are approximately 0.48 acres in size. Currently, the parcel is vacant at this time. The properties are located at the southwest intersection of East 23rd Avenue and North 50th Street. So if you look, you'll see properties to the north and the south are both zone PD. You have a Dollar General right here to the north, and to the south you have an AutoZone. If you look to the to the east, you have a nonprofit organization, ACTS, Inc. And also, if you look to the west side, you will have a property zone PD and RM16 with residential single-family uses. I'll go ahead and show what is currently at the site. As I said, it was vacant. We have a nice vacant lot with a close-up sign on the public notice. As you see to the north, you have that retail store, the Dollar General. To the south, you have the AutoZone. another view to the south of the site, the auto zone. And to the east. So I talked about that nonprofit organization, X. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds it overall to be consistent with the Land Development Code. This being Euclidean, no site plan was needed. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for Mr. Hussein? Seeing none, petitioner?
Good evening. My name is Patricia Ortiz. I'm the agent of the property owner. And this zoning petition addresses 3 currently vacant properties. They're all fronting on 50th Street, and they're all within the East Tampa overlay district. Our intent is to rezone these parcels as a group and then combine them into a single folio number, which would be of appropriate size to develop with commercial general uses in accordance with the development parameters of the commercial general zone. The underlying future land use designation is CMU 35, and the CG zone is consistent with that, as the Planning Commission staff went over. Both Development Services and the Planning Commission have found this petition to be consistent, and I've received no correspondence at all regarding this petition. So I will answer any questions that you might have, unless you'd like me to go into this in further detail. No, okay.
Any questions for the petitioner?
Just a comment, I noticed 48th Street. The first house my grandfather bought in 1965 was right back there with a $100 deposit. I have the receipt.
Do you have the $100?
I have the receipt for that.
Do you have the house?
No, the house is there, but no, it was sold back in '72, so. Motion to close. Wait, ask for public comment, sorry.
Is there anyone in chambers that would like to make public comment?
No registered speakers for this item.
Seeing none?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Councilman Goods.
All right, file number REZ-2274, ordinance being presented, first reading consideration. In ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3010 and 3018 North 50th Street, and folio number period 0005 in the city of Tampa, Florida, and will be described in section 1 from zoning district classification, CG Commercial General, and R16 Residential Multifamily to CG Commercial General, providing effective date.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Goods, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further comment? Further discussion? Roll call vote.
Goods,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Herzog,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Cedro.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 15th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. Information and reports. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 2 quick ones. I would like to make a motion to invite the Mayor's Hispanic Heritage Committee to come before Tampa City Council on September 1st, 2022, as early as possible in the agenda, so that may extend a personal invitation to City Council member for its 34th annual Mayor's Hispanic Heritage Committee celebration. The celebration would take place at the Tampa Theater October 11th, 2022, at 9 a.m. to noon.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye. Second, I would like to make a motion to present the commendation to the Mayor's Hispanic Heritage Committee that will be presented, will be presented on October 11th.
Motion made by Councilman Miranda, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Goods.
I don't have anything.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Nothing.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Yes, real quick. First, my condolences to the Levy family on the passing of Leonard Levy. I'm sure you all know who he was. I saw him many times here in council chambers. Our condolences to the family, and also to the Belucha family. You may not know them, but Angela Belucci, I believe she was 91. She passed away yesterday. Hardworking Sicilian immigrant family, lived in the West Shore Palms area right off Lois. Just good people, good people. She passed away, and I want to give my condolences to the family. Other than that, I visited the Wellswood baseball field. It's not called the Wellswood baseball field, but we know where it is. And I spoke with the Russo brothers, who have, I believe it's called Hit Factory, is their business name. They operate there, and they have an agreement with the city. I had a couple of questions. I know they handed out packets to all council members. They should have to everyone's mailbox. If we could get, I guess, Sharisha Hills from Parks and Rec, or a representative from Parks and Rec, to give us just a quick status or update on what's going on with the agreement between the city and the Russo brothers. If they could come September 15th under staff reports, that's a regular city council meeting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I think what has happened, the dynamics of youth sports has changed. And I just sent Ms. Hill a video of some football situations. And I think it's critical that, if you recall, I made a motion that the county and the city come together to talk about these issues as it pertains to field usages and things that are going on, because youth sports has, and I hate to say this, has turned into a money market sport.
Well, there's travel ball.
Lots of going on. So I think it's good to come talk how how they're implementing with these programs.
Yeah.
Because I know before I left youth sports, I told us these things were coming, and they are happening now. And I don't know how they're doing if they've been meeting with the connection with the county, Plant City, and Temple Terrace or not. At one point they said they were going to have do the council. We would talk about these issues. So hopefully she can give us an update on that as well, as it pertains to all these issues with the baseball, because I know baseball travels has become a big issue now as well.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye. That's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Vieira.
Just a couple, if I may. Number one, I'd mentioned at CRA this morning on disability parks, I motioned that City Council requests that the administration dedicate in this year's budget at least $200,000 to making disability accessibility improvements in non-CRA areas. It could be South Tampa, it could be Sulphur Springs, it could be USF. I don't foresee New Tampa, given that new park, but that's my motion.
Second.
And then we can follow up on that at the budget hearings.
Motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye. And thank you, Council. Second, if I may, also mention this on Tuesday regarding the fire situation. In this year's budget, there was $1 million that was dedicated to District 7 for Tampa fire improvements. There's discussion there in terms of how to proceed with it, et cetera. I had issued, I guess if you will, an ideal or a challenge on every single budget having funds for construction for one fire station and then one design. I would like to come back, we can do this in November, December, to number one, talk about how those funds are going to be used, particularly for response times in New Tampa, which tends to have the longest response times for Tampa Fire, given a number of issues, land acquisition for a potential station out there. And I'd like to have, obviously, Tampa Fire Rescue and then a local 754 for that.
Motion made by Councilman.
In November, is that good, Council? That's great. That's the best. Sure. And if they need more time on that, I can give more time. That's fine.
You probably need to take a specific date in November, the first regular meeting in November. November 3rd, is that the first regular meeting?
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye. And then lastly, I had read a really good article in La Gaceta, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago, by our friend Matt Newton, who's an attorney over at the Shoemaker Law Firm, on elections, City of Tampa elections, that really caught my interest. Matt is a really smart attorney, and he has the best handwriting that you'll ever see if you've ever gotten a note from him. And I'm going to do a motion in this regard. Matt points out the idea that by having City of Tampa elections in odd years as opposed to even years, consistent with a general election, that we get significantly less turnout. The facts bear that out. I'm not going to go through the statistics other than to say that in 2016, when Councilman Goods and I ran in a special election with 4 other individuals in the presidential election that year, District 7 by itself got 29,000 votes. You fast forward 2.5, 3 years later, where we have a mayoral election with 4 open city council seats, 3 incumbents up for re-election, there was about 49,000 votes citywide. I think that by looking at this, talking about this issue, we will not just increase turnout, but especially, I believe, in vulnerable communities. I want to workshop on this. I'm not asking people to marry this idea. I'm not asking people to be engaged in this idea. I'm not even asking you to date the idea. I'm asking you to go out to coffee with it. I think it's a good idea that we should talk about as a city council, obviously not for this election, but for some time in the future, potentially the one thereafter. I think it makes sense. It'll get turnout. Thank you.
Man, I thought you were wound up. I was going to unwind you and turn it back. No, let me say this.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not against what you're saying, but let's look at the facts. When I first ran for office, you could not vote absentee unless you were in the hospital or out of the country. And the mail from out of the country usually didn't get back in time. There was no early voting. Mm-hmm. There was one day to vote. And the turnout was greater then than it is now. And now you got what? Early voting. Sure. If you win the early voting, you win the election. I don't care what anybody says. Sure. Mm-hmm. My mail vote. Mm-hmm. The other 2 sums do not equal the sum of the mail vote. Mm-hmm. We have given them all they want, the facilities to vote. And for whatever reason, they're staying away.
Mm-hmm. And if I may, Mr. Chair, again, take it out to coffee. That's all I'm asking for. So I appreciate that, sir.
Who is seconding Councilman Vieira's motion? Okay, motion made by Councilman Vieira, seconded by Councilman Maniscalco. Any further discussion?
I'm just worried that we get lost on these longer ballots.
Yes.
You know, you have
Down ballot.
governor, presidential, county commit, and then there's us.
Tax referendum.
Especially next to the forest and soil conservation and all that.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm gonna recommend we put this at the charter discussion, because that's what it would have to be.
And if I may, according to Mr. Newton, we merely need an ordinance. There is a Florida statute that allows us to merely by ordinance move that. I thought that originally. Yes, sir.
And also to say that the truth of the matter is we used to be in the November cycle.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. That changed in the late 70s or early 80s.
Okay. And again, I'm just asking us to look at this idea. Will we be potentially at the bottom of the ballot, so to speak? Yes, but many other are, and there's ways to address that, I would suggest. So again, just to look at it, I think it makes sense. And we can have it in a workshop in December, January, whenever, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
January.
opposed?
January workshop, if I may. If that's okay. Thank you.
No, you
Councilman Carlson. Thank you.
Receiving file.
Wait, chair gets last word, please, and thank you. I would like to make a motion to present an off-site commendation to the Florida League of Cities celebrating their 100th anniversary.
Second.
Too a little late. Motion from Councilman Citro, second from Chairman Citro, second from Councilman Rand. All in favor?
Aye. And may I say something on that?
No. Motion to receive and file. All in favor?
Wait.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you. Is it true that Deacon Payne, I call him Deacon Payne, that Scott Payne retired from the League of Cities? He did? He's a good man. He's a fine.
But he did, and that's the reason why I bought the Mayor's Corps, Youth Corps in here. He did give the class to the Mayor's Youth Corps.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yes,
he's a
he
very
is.
good guy.
All right, move to receive and file. All in favor?
Ms. Malone wanted some. She kept begging. Was that right? Did you want something?
He made the motion with Miranda seconded. Ms. Malone.
Jennifer Malone with the Planning Commission, we emailed a motion asking you all to please set the CIP on October 27th at 5:01 p.m. So I would just ask if anybody is so inclined that they could set that for us and direct the city clerk with the form of noticing for public hearing.
I'd like to make a motion that the CIP for 5:01 PM, what date?
October 27th.
October 27th?
Yes, I'll verify.
And that we direct the clerk to provide proper notice.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Goose. All in favor? Aye. Motion to receive and file, please.
Thank you.
Motion made by Councilman Maniscalco, seconded by Councilman Moran. All in favor?